So I feel confident that I have enough details to do the recap. But looking at my notes, it feels like it's been so long ago. I'm just like, wait, was that the previous session? Okay. All right. But yeah, I'll volunteer. Okay. So once again, this is the shipwright's log for the Dragonhawk Initiative. The 12th log of Alec the Cannith. We met the perfumer, Divine, on the next floor of the tower. A shop named Vesora. We purchased the love fragrance. The appliances of her shop were outdated, but not as archaic as Gareth's. She seemed to have some more awareness of her history and surroundings than the previous shopkeeper. But on the floor above, another shop titled Green is Mean, the herbologist Burramog practically had a whole greenhouse that greatly satisfied Toad's curiosity. Burramog, according to his recollection, was supplied by the Bormar clan, a mafia of halflings that had deep ties to House Jurassico. Perhaps a bit of wonder for our own member of House Jurassico. He seemed to have even more understanding and recent interaction with the world, which sets up a slight timeline of the activity of whoever controls this tower. The party, knowing that they're now dealing with time manipulation to some effect, performed several trials of experiments by traversing the floors and tracking any changes, particularly with memory, using plants and lights. None of the shopkeepers seemed to recall any memory of the party upon each visit, and the state of the shop seemed to be refreshed upon return, though Toad found traces of telltale dust upon revisits. On the floor above, we found... Man, this really does feel like it was like 2 sessions ago. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. This was last session.
Yeah, I'm sitting here being like... Alright. On the floor above, we came across a summoning or binding circle, I couldn't distinguish between the two, that held an angel referred to as a Death Pact angel, according to Valerian. She attempted to compel the party, particularly the vulnerable Valerian, and perhaps eventually myself, to make a deal. She sought to extract harsh and personal costs for her involvement and would not let any parties retreat. The impasse naturally brought our parties into conflict, one that was particularly hard fought, especially for anyone who was longing for a desperate dream out of reach. Exhausted and hurt, we returned to the Dragon Hawk after our victory and debriefed Captain Erin, who had just concluded her own stiff negotiations with the Chwinga Union, eventually ceding maternity leave and diamond share benefits of all things to their organization. And then afterwards, after some discussion amongst ourselves regarding the concerned parties, we joined Valerian in drinking to give him company. We shared our confidences and provided a show of support. Perhaps with some jokes and a terrifying wild shape from Toad.
Yeah.
And then I had it ending with my head hurts. I don't know if he wrote that before or after just getting really just reeling from the after effects. That's it.
Well done.
Yes.
Good recap.
Yes, great recap. Take your inspiration, my good sir.
Thank you.
So yes, we pick back up that you were beginning your night's rest aboard the Dragon Hawk, as some of you have had a very emotional evening. So some of the crew have taken it upon themselves to enjoy the company of others in the small entertainment area dedicated to the crew and to the officers if you wish to visit. But the night is pretty late. Erin has taken over her shift, piloting you slowly over the next 8 hours or so towards the revelrous dements. So, Valerian, my understanding is you were to rest down for the night. It had been a long day for you. But if you want to change that, let me know. But otherwise what would the rest of you like to do? Would you like to take a long rest and reconvene in the morning?
Yeah, I've got to prepare my remove curse spell, so I need to
so
reset
remove
my
hangover?
spell. Yeah, well, I guess lesser restoration, maybe? I don't know.
No, yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like Rick is heading to bed. Sounds like a few of you are heading off. Is there anyone staying up? All right.
Not Alaric.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone is heading in for the night. So, on your sheets, go ahead and take your long rests. As you all are waking with the cold, starry background illuminating the windowsills of your cabins. And as Valerian, you groggily stumble back up to the arbiter's seat to relieve Captain Aaron. What do the rest of you do before you are soon to arrive to the revelrous dements?
Are we going to remove Valerian's cursed armor now, or are we going to wait till we get there?
I think Valerian will actually, before he goes to the relieve the captain, he will just kind of like make coffee for everybody. He will make sure to wait instead of eagerly knocking on Rick's door. But as soon as Rick wakes up, he's greeted with a cup of coffee, and Valerian just says, "Can you get this off me?"
Gladly. By the way, how good is Valerian's coffee making ability?
Roll me a survival check. I like survival for this, Valerian.
Yeah.
Oh, I love survival.
Straight black coffee, and there's some grounds in the bottom of it.
Yeah, Valerian thought it was instant coffee, but it turns out it wasn't.
Oh boy, it's Turkish style. Yeah, I think Rick will politely take a sip, and then once he realizes how bitter the coffee is, he'll just like pretend to sip it afterwards. And he said, and I think Rick will be like, "Yeah, right away. Let me get my my materials ready," and he'll prepare the remove curse spell. I think let's do it on the. Do we want to do it here? Or do you want to do it on the deck? Where do you want to go?
I'll just do it. Probably just do it here, so we don't have to. I don't have to take this off in front of everybody.
Yeah, and also
Make a
you
big
gotta take
show
a
of it.
bath.
Yeah.
You gotta get washed up after this too. All right, so Rick is going to say a prayer to Dolara, the sovereign of wisdom in battle, and he's going to cast remove curse.
Okay. All right, Valerian. So, your armor had been ingraining itself a little bit stronger into your flesh as you accepted it to help channel you in that last fight. So, in the end, the armor will be removed. But this is a matter of how much damage it has done to you in your acceptance of more power granted from it. Because you were only giving in to temptation one time, excuse me, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. Please. Okay. With the 12, the metal almost has inside of it small bumps that were kind of chafing against your skin when you first started. But as you accepted that more power, those bumps had small metallic protrusions that were working its way into you a little bit more. Almost like the pincers inside of a tentacle. So I want you to roll me 3d8, please.
Oh boy.
Oh,
So, the pincers have ingratiated themselves in the exposed parts of your body, mainly your arms and your legs, where you didn't have undercoverings, and the bare metal was touching your skin. So you take 15 slashing. The curse is broken, and Valerian, you are able to remove the demon armor at the cost of some really uncomfortable time spent removing this armor. And it almost feels like it doesn't want to let go. And Rick, you are compelling this armor to remove itself from the body of your friend. And you're having to constantly apply this kind of energy. It's almost like a short ritual of a few seconds. But you're able to tear off the exposed sections with some difficulty. But, Valerian, you are free from your cursed armor.
Yeah, Valerian, as he's like taking it off, with those little protrusions, they don't seem to be huge or very long, but there's so many of them. It almost looks like a bad acupuncture job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
And he like takes off the helmet, and you kind of see his skin move with the armor as he's taking it off, but eventually takes it off, and he's like kind of bleeding everywhere. And he'll say a few words and cast prestidigitation on himself to clean himself up, and go back to his room, get some of his more regal clothes that he's used to wearing, and he'll put it on and try to wash himself. Well, he'll take it somewhere and try to wash himself if there's like a washroom in this ship.
There is. You guys have down in the ship hull some small areas for bathing, for just rinsing off. Bare bones, but it's enough to get by. So.
And then he will relieve the captain of the seat.
Okay. All right. Aaron will brief you that there was nothing too significant to report. There has been quite a few asteroid movements that might shake up the pattern. So she recommends caution when we leave the Ring of Sybaris. While we move inside, it's well-known paths, but she has reason to suspect that our exit paths may have shifted and rearranged, so it may be difficult to leave as easily as we did before. So she cautions you to work with Oath Blossom before she takes some time to get some rest. But if the others want to sit around and talk, she will give you your standard captain's briefing with the bubble, where you can get your 11 temporary hit points.
Yeah.
Boom.
I will allow
Nice.
that. Her inspire, it's 11 temp HP. So yeah. She also lets you know that Mr. Blip popped up in the night. He had been finishing up the last of your order specifically. He should have it done by the end of the day. Your plate armor.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Mr. Blip.
All right. What are the rest of you doing? Alaric, let's go to you as you wake up from your evening's rest.
So this is we're talking about like a time span of like morning ablutions, or are we talking about like long?
I'll say morning ablutions.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is a moment where he's kind of nursing a hangover. If we were to look into Alaric's room, it's inordinately, it's well ordered and quite clean, except for like the moments of being disheveled for a hangover. Like those exceptions make themselves quite clear. Like perhaps there's like a trail of drool on his face, or like the sheets are like leave a wrinkle on his face where he didn't smooth the sheets. His hair's in disarray. he'll wake up to, I suppose he'll like smell coffee coming from the corridor, but he'll also have like a drink prepared by Bella, as he wakes up. Not quite a hangover cure, but a common brew, morning brew of tea for House Cannith. And it's just like this kind of morning where it's just like yesterday was an exception. But as we're traveling to the Reveler's Domain, let's see if there are any reports regarding the ship structure that he should know about. With all of these new passengers, have there been any changes, like infrastructure-wise, that he should know of? He's hoping that Oak Blossom has sustained the Dragon Hawk through any of the damage done by the
Purple worm.
I'm forgetting the name. I was going to say jelly people.
Oh, the plasmoids.
Yes, the plasmoids. Thank you. But yeah, like it's an opportunity like this after like getting his I want to say morning tea, like something akin to like English breakfast. This would be an opportunity for him to like just like quietly gather his thoughts as he like reviews the status of like the ship's hull or anything engineering.
You recognizing that all systems are nominal? The ship has recovered from its bout with the purple worm and with the brief time that the plasmoids spent aboard your crew. Ship hull is in good condition. You have plenty of ammunition. You have plenty of food stores, as reported by your chef team. And you are feeling in good shape for another long voyage out to the unknown. You feel confident in your ship's abilities for what it's designed for. She's not a battleship. She's not a heavy ship that can take a lot of hits. But she's a skirmisher, and she's built for what she's designed for, and she's capable.
As you're describing all that, it's like she's not a battleship. There's like a moment of this, like, yet, in my thought processes. But yeah, that leaves him with a satisfying and and brief report to be made to the rest of the officers, upon at their next meeting. Just like a situation is like, everything's, like there's a satisfaction of efficiency and, a ship well crafted, and, seeing the performance of a well-oiled machine.
Indeed it is. The shift crew is working well. The night crew is heading in for the night as the day crew comes out. And everything seems to be running smoothly. So far, you guys are establishing a bathroom rhythm. It's been, as of today marks the first full month that you've been aboard the Dragonhawk, and while there's been some interpersonal scuffles here and there between some crewmates, Chief Gus and the security chiefs and some of the sergeants have been able to handle it with no issues that needed to be brought to your attention. Yeah, okay. Toad, what are you doing as everyone kind of begins to slowly make their way up to the quarters where you usually spend your evenings, up in the Arbiter's chambers?
Toad has been around hungover Valerian enough to know that this morning is going to require some hearty food. So Toad will retreat to the mess and try to prepare just real greasy, filling, absorbent food for everyone. And probably see the coffee that was made and make new coffee. Assuming that somebody else, like one of the ship hands, made it and made it poorly.
Oh.
See, as Valerian passes you going up to the Arbiter's quarters, he has a cup in his hand, just sipping on it nonchalantly.
the cup you made.
Yeah.
Toad's gonna make sure you get a new cup of coffee.
Yeah, you see, like, on his, like, mustache, there's, like, kind of some grounds still on
Oh
there.
god.
It's pretty gross.
Okay, I think in that case, Toad takes Valerian's mug and says, "I'll bring you something better," and takes that downstairs when they go to cook breakfast.
I think it's such a funny notion for Valerian to be offering this like ground filled cups of coffee to people, and in their mind they start sipping. It's like, oh, it's strong and it's like a spit take, and like they dump the cup, and then like there's like a greater building of just like if someone dumps enough coffee like into like parts of the ship, does that like leach back into Oak Blossom?
She's like super caffeinated.
That's an excellent question. Give it about an hour and we'll see how she does. Maybe I'll make some rolls behind the screen to see how caffeinated Oak Blossom is in a minute. So you might have just unlocked the secret speed boost.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Please take inspiration, all of you, for your lovely role plays of your morning evolutions. So you begin to make your way up to the top ports of the ship where you can see out, and Zephyr will flag down with his sharp eyes and using the telescope near the front of the main deck that he spots and will likely be within range of the Rebel Rustament in about 30 minutes. The almost donut-shaped, almost flat pizza-shaped, strange floating entity among the asteroids around it is slowly coming into view. What would you like to do before you take your ship in?
Does the ship have like equipment to like I assume we don't have like a planetary scanner, but like is there equipment to like a particularly powerful telescope to like look into the Satyr village or any surrounding lands?
So there is. I've installed on the map itself. There's a telescope near the front of the deck, right over here, that Zephyr's currently using. He's kind of taken to informally spotting for you guys, but anyone can do it. He likes to be able to see things before they get to him.
Okay.
So anyone is welcome to use it. It is, it's a simple usage and aid for perception. It provides a flat +2 bonus, and depending on what you're looking at, and depending on cloud cover, it might be higher than that. But it only works. It doesn't work terribly far, but when you're above a planet, you can see quite a few things. It goes up to a very high magnification, so you may be able to make out. You'll be able to make out people from a far enough distance, but as far as identifying who and how, specific details and features, that's going to be depending on how the cloud cover is and mechanically a perception check.
Yeah. I was thinking that Alaric, this would be a moment of just like, I was like, oh, I've never interacted with this. I'd be happy to help calibrate this, or like give aid to anyone who wanted to like see if the satyrs were working well with the new population or the refugees that we brought.
Okay. Would you like to look into it then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
If no one else would like to, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Let's see what you can see.
All right.
Okay.
17.
So with a +2, that's 19. So looking in onto the village, it's a pretty open, covered village, so you can kind of see a decent amount of things. You see a decent amount of people walking around, but you don't see as many people as you would expect if the Goliath folk and the tribe were here in the camp as well. It looks to be about 6 to 8 people, whereas you knew the tribe had probably close to that in their own numbers. So unless the tribe has decided to take over the entire camp, they may not be there. Either that or they're all inside.
Are there any new permanent or temporary structures?
With your 19, yes. So you notice what you hadn't noticed before. There appears to be... so if we're to look at this like a pizza, if the Eastern Village is the top slice, like in the south, which is dominated by a forest, basically the majority of this place is, set up like a massive forest, and there's a few outcroppings of, trees not covering specific areas. There seems to be a new outcropping of a large swath of trees being cleared out down to the south.
Interesting. Yeah, Alaric will, report. And it's like, there's no sighting of trouble, though it seems that they are clearing land, or forest to the south. Perhaps lumber for new projects, new shelter. But it seems early phases.
Well, I would like to. Rick would definitely like to go and investigate and see if how they're holding up, and he'd like to check if they're actually able to exist on this planet, right? So I guess he'd want to see if they're like doing, as far as health wise goes, if they're doing all right.
Well, yeah, I think we land for sure.
Yeah.
Closer to the new place, if we're trying to investigate what's going on.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, yeah. Unless anyone else wants to bring someone.
Should we bring Zephyr with us actually, since he's like
Yes, actually.
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Mm. I will.
Thank you for it.
I am paused though, so I cannot.
Mhm.
And I've collided. I'm colliding with a wall. How do I get around? Oh my god.
My mic has been muted on the recording this entire time.
Oh no.
I don't know why he keeps doing that. He keeps auto-muting me sometimes. Well, it is what it is. This one might be a wash. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So, you arrive. You see the Goliaths moving gear around. They appear to be setting up more tents. They're chopping down more trees on the outskirts. And there appears to be a riverbed that you have arrived near, but it almost appears that they are some of the Goliaths off further up the riverbed that you can't see, looking to be investigating the riverbed in almost a engineering and analytical way.
Ooh. Yeah, following their like eye line, Alec would love to approach them and ask if he can offer any services or another perspective.
Ah, you were the one that works on the ship, right?
That is correct. I'm the shipwright of the Dragonhawk.
One of the more
How may I assist you?
Yes. Individual identifies himself as Steady Hand. He says, we're trying to figure out how to not cut the water supply, but purify it, if you will. It's pretty difficult. We're trying to figure out if there's a way that we can set up some sort of filtration higher up on the path that by the time it makes it to us, we're not having these. He's like rubbing his head. He's like hangovers. Any insights?
This mist is curious, and already I can sense, or it seems that there's less of this influence. I imagine with these surroundings, perhaps we could, in the short term, look towards nature to provide. Perhaps one of my fellow officers could look into it, but for airborne filtration, we could look to perhaps the forest. The leaves might serve as a suitable mask. It is their environment, their atmosphere that they've been suited to, after all. But for more complex filtration, if it's merely a matter of the atmosphere, the moment it becomes vaporized, we could see if we could form a sort of natural wind tunnel to otherwise usher the more powerful vapors away from the village.
Not a bad idea. We've had some success by taking down the trees in the local area. They do seem to purify, but at the same time, some of the trees seem to be emitting the vapors. Sorry. And he puts on the dome for a second, I think that, and then he passes it off to another Goliath, and it seems like it's in constant rotation around the group. It says Dawncaller has identified some of the trees that do not produce as strong as a vapor, and we've left some of those up in camp, but we found that clearing them in a wide berth slowly over time brings down the concentration, but the mist is we're having a tough time of it.
Yeah, this seems to be a conflict of scale, and the clearing of this many trees in this short a time. Have you consulted with the satyrs? Their craftsmanship with wood should yield a great amount of experience. I wouldn't want to perhaps discover that these particular clearings were to be avoided from the beginning.
No, you'll have to talk to Skywatcher, but they directed us down here as a appropriate place for us to set up camp, and that this was not well-tread grounds. Had to have Dawncaller escort the wildlife out of here so as not to harm them. But, the satyrs were fine with us clearing a space of our own. They understood that our continued stay here would be problematic, but, we're making do with what we got, and if we find better systems, I bet you she could probably talk to him about something more permanent.
Of course.
I asked them about their what they do, and they don't do anything to stop this. It's in their blood. So. I mean, it's good.
Of course. I'll speak with the other officers of the Dragonhawk and with both Dawncaller and Skywatcher, and we'll see if we can yield any insights or investigate further. I'll be thinking on this. Thank you for your time.
Take it easy.
But yeah, he'll rejoin the rest of the crew and share. It's it seems that clearing the trees is what's producing. It's what's producing this vapor, and I'm not sure that I have the means to test what this vapor is on hand. We might need to investigate or ask if there's anyone who has such insights.
I mean, this was always going to be a problem for them to overcome, or not. It is a very challenging thing. I mean, just this whole place. I mean, filtering the water is one thing, but you gotta filter the air next, and that's, I feel like, even harder.
Well, I wonder if the vapors come from the water or if they originate in the trees. So if we could identify the source between the two, we may have to only purify one. It would take time, of course, for it to work. But, I mean, the trees are watered by the river, so perhaps the river is the source.
That is a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Dawncaller will approach your group, kind of having this conversation, and she will speak and you say, "Thank you for coming. We have done what we can. We are doing our best to eliminate the ongoing intoxication in the air. We believe that the mist is from the trees. The felling of the recent trees created a stir in the air. We believe it is the water vapor inside the roots as they were risen and brought up to be converted into our homes. The river is for drinking water, as right now it's been tough. My magic can only remove so much from my people. But once we figure that out, and we believe dispelling the air in the local area will remedy most of our immediate problems."
Rick wants to just take a look at the people here and determine how many ill effects are they showing signs of illness? Like, what's going on with them?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make me a medicine check.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Excellent roll.
Nice.
Yeah, almost a natural 20. Wow. Okay, so let me just double check. All right, cool. I'm very upset that my mic was muted. So with the 26, you were able to identify the range of symptoms that are affecting the majority of the individuals. It's clear that without intervention with items like the breathing bubble, and based on Dawn Caller's indications, they would likely have been suffering from alcohol poisoning at a far higher level than what they are now. But it's clear that many of them are straddling the lines of alcohol poisoning, and a few of them have done their best to hide it with your 26, but a few are kind of pushing through the internal issues, and you see the signs of clear alcohol poisoning on them, and they're just hiding it from their others as to not look weak. But I'd say at least 2 of their men are suffering from it, and Skywatcher is probably the closest next one to be affected by it.
Okay.
So there's some urgency to this.
Yeah, this is, I mean, clearly not going to be a permanent solution unless, well, at the moment, it's just not sustainable, is the idea, I think.
Whenever
if I were
we-
to go ahead.
Go ahead. Whenever we started to come to this asteroid, is there like a, it's filled with trees and everything, but was there it's like a like a mother tree almost, or something that would feed into other plant life?
There's nothing that juts out to you in your surveys of the Revel's Immense every time you approach it that would indicate that there is a senior tree above the rest. It appears to be forest that is... Hold on, let me let my cat out. It appears to be a forest of dense size, not terribly varied. Obviously traces of Fae in the world. Fae, it looks more like Fae forests than your stereotypical woodlands. But there is no trees that would tower over more that would be irregular or that would jet out for your attention.
Yeah. If Alaric were to offer a engineering solution, it would be something like a river-powered fan in order to create like enough like wind current to either like keep the mist at bay or to otherwise divert the brunt of the mist from reaching the village. But I do think that there's a great opportunity if there's any sign of, Fae or otherwise, sentient flora, to seek assistance there. It might be a good time to ask, Dawncaller and Skywatcher, what insights they've gleaned during their time here, and whether or not they have any leads for us.
I don't disagree.
Yeah,
Mhm.
very little. These are warriors of a fighting tribe that were fairly nomadic. They are hunters and gatherers by design, because that was the way of Zerantir. They never set down roots. So they have little to no expertise in feats of engineering. It's never been a need for their tribe. Dawncaller is clearly a proficient druid, and the way that she has been speaking with you all, you get the sense that she has done what she can. But as far as permanent solutions for keeping this mist away, they wouldn't even know the inventions that you're discussing. They've been in shelters, but this is not an advanced civilization. The satyrs are slightly better, but you all know it is still a simple culture, nothing highly advanced that would be sought after. Nothing advanced like you would see on the actual planet of Eberron. So you likely have more, specifically you, Outreach, you would likely have more engineering understanding than probably everyone else here combined.
Gotcha.
Does Dawncaller know the Lesser Restoration spell? Is, I guess, my question. Like, would that work on the kind of poisoning they're
Yes,
undergoing?
she does, and she's indicated that that's what she's been doing to help keep her compatriots in shape. It is a
Gotcha.
constant fighting battle.
Yeah, and she's like me. She only used to use it 3 times a day too.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So it is. They have one of the bubbles that I believe one of you left, and they have her Lesser Restoration, but it's, limited resources for overcoming this issue. They think with the tree clearings out, it will not return the fog, and they think that they can clear the air. He has examined the trees and not found any evidence that they would spread further. It was simply the felling of them that had kicked up a lot of this fog. But it's still a concern that they can't just hand wave this stuff away.
Can I go up to Dawncaller and Scoutcher and just say, when you set a fire at night, does the mist seem to react to it at all?
Fires.
Does it seem worse or better?
It seems mildly affected, but it is a heavy vapor. Almost like a condensed water vapor. The fire burns away in small amounts, and that's given my men a bit of respite, including spending time in the tents, but more work needs to be done, and I can only send them in there to rest for a short while. We do our best to keep the fog out of the tents, but we can't make anything to keep it fully out.
And how recent was it that you felled these trees that kicked up this vapor?
Shortly after our conversations and negotiations ceased, we finished the last of the trees last night.
Okay. Maybe I can... I don't know how... This is definitely a short-term solution. Maybe I can help a little bit. And Valerian will conjure up a little small mote of fire and throw it up in the air, and to a clearing in the air, not to any trees or anything, and cast Fireball, like 40 feet above them.
Ooh. Okay.
Jeez.
Okay. Let's do it this way. Let's have you roll me... Let's just do an Arcana check for this, because you're not using this spell for its intended purposes. Okay. Alright. So, as you torch the air and create a miniature sun over the sky, for a moment, the heat rains down on everyone. And you see the fog be channeled in slightly, right? You're burning off a good chunk of this fog with the pure heat that comes off of it. This is a large space with a lot of fog, you have managed to extinguish about half of the fog, and you can already see the breath of relief from many of the Goliaths near you.
Okay. So if it was like centered like around the campfire, like above us, I have another charge, so I will cast it kind of closer, obviously above and away from any trees, but towards the majority of the tents where people are actually staying asleep. And see if I can't help.
As you begin to repeat this process, you feel a slight hand on your arm as Zephyr approaches you. And he says, I think I can help. I have an idea.
Okay.
I want you to cast your fire, and I want you to hold it there as long as you can. And in my attempts to move the air, I'll attempt to spread your fire out as much as I can. Let me know when you are ready. I will assist.
I think it's a good plan. And Valerian will kind of... this is from the Chewinga Charm, so it's not innate to Valerian, so he's got to focus pretty hard on this kind of new sensation that he has. And just send a little mote up, and let it sit there for just a second, and then look at Zephyr.
Okay.
Waiting.
Roll me an Arcana check with advantage. He is helping you by casting Create Air, and he's attempting to whirlwind it around. Okay. With the 21, Zephyr flies up to the moat in tandem with your moat traveling out, and he goes just far enough away from the explosion and begins to conjure air and move it around with his wings around the camp. And he pushes your fire as the explosion occurs around the rest of the camp, burning off the last of the fog, and weaving the fire in between the camp in order to not burn or scald anyone as it singes maybe 5-10 feet over all of your heads. It almost creates like a horizontal wall of fire over all of your heads. And you all take a breath of relief as the fog has cleared from the camp. And none of you have to make Constitution saving throws.
I was holding my breath the entire time.
Impressively done, Valerian.
It's not a permanent solution again, but of course, you'll as you expand and need more land, this is going to be a problem that needs to be addressed more and more often. But Alric, I do like the idea of a kind of like a powered fan of some sort. Maybe even just centralized on a bigger, almost like a community center, where people can just sit and rest without breathing this in consistently. And then maybe as they get better with the technology, then perhaps they can put it everywhere. Maybe even personal tents.
It is an interesting project, and I don't think it would be too difficult to establish with the means at hand. If we did want to search for something more sustainable, I was just struck by an idea. We know of something and someone who can cleanse the atmosphere consistently, persistently, and is a part of the environs. It looks back to the Dragonhawk. If we're looking for more insight into this situation, perhaps Oak Blossom can assist us. Maybe give us a lead, find something more endemic to the circumstances. I'd love to create this water-churned windmill. I think it would be great power for anything else that you're looking to pursue.
I wonder, and I never really thought about this until you just said that, but I think Oak Blossom has seedlings?
Ooh, that's a bit of an awkward question.
A little bit. I don't know how to really. I mean, Oak Blossom's so sassy. I don't know how
Blossom,
to.
you got any kids?
Yeah. How many kids do you just want to drop off here?
Are you going back onto the ship to go talk to Oak Blossom?
I'm not
About
asking
seeds?
that. Not yet, at least.
Perhaps it doesn't need to be her seeds. I'm not, but perhaps she'll know of a means to contact, uh, a similar entity who'd be willing to extend their protections the way she extends them to us.
Yeah, maybe there's like some int out there that wants to go on a vacation. Alternatively, I mean, if we can't come up with a solution, we got to move these people again.
True.
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
primitively, in my opinion, it's just fire. Maybe torches, sconces, maybe even around the entirety and the perimeter of the land, and then even just like constant campfire might help, but it's not a great solution, as they'll need firewood, and that requires to cut down more trees.
I think we have plenty of options now. I think that I would love to investigate, but not the forest being such a vast area. I think it'd be wise to start with a basis. Speaking with Oak Blossom.
Toad, any insights? You've been quiet, Toad.
Toad is just going through a mental checklist of all the plants that they know of that can purify air, like certain ivies and flowers, and wondering where those things could be sourced to perhaps place in their tents or in their homes to help at least keep the air pure in there.
It's a good idea.
And there are certain types of algae and pond plants, especially from perhaps there's a pond somewhere on this asteroid that might have some of the materials that could be used from a nature perspective. Why is it awkward to ask Oak Blossom if she has seeds?
Well,
I can't predict the response, and that's why it might be.
Toad, you can ask her.
I
can ask her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's all go watch Toad ask Oak Blossom about her seeds.
I'll be beside you, but you have to ask.
Are you setting me up? I feel like you guys are setting me up.
No. It'll be fine.
Roll deception.
Just Valerian or everyone?
Valerian.
Oh no.
Your passive insight is your passive insight, Toad.
This is another trick. But I still don't know why it's awkward, so I may still ask.
It might be. It might put you in a weird spot, but I'll back you up if anything goes really wrong.
To be honest, if anyone was going to ask, at least Toad, you have the excuse of not being a biological organism, so it could be just a genuine question. She could take it, a good way.
People are strange. But Oak Blossom seems less strange.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean,
Regardless.
growing up in Thalanis, I think you're right. I mean, given your perspective.
Regardless, perhaps we could find seeds from other trees on islands that don't produce noxious vapors and bring them back here to plant. That is a long-term solution. And I think even if we were to utilize anything that Oak Blossom may be willing to give us, trees do take quite a long time to grow. I can help the process a little, but only that.
think that's a good plan. Let's go talk to Oak Blossom, see if she has any help here.
So you make the quick trek back. You're only a few minutes away. You kind of settled down in an area where you had to drop a rope ladder, but it's relatively secure next to a rock wall. So you climb back up the rope ladder, back onto the main deck, and your crew is milling about, enjoying the air bubble that is the Dragonhawk provided by the treant known as Oak Blossom. And Toad, as you approach her, she says, "Well, hello. What can I do for you?"
Oak Blossom, I have a question for you that I've been told might be awkward, and so please, no, I mean no offense. The Goliaths that we transported here are having trouble processing the air. As you know, it's intoxicating, Valerian's favorite kind. And
We know.
we were talking about your unique ability to create air around the ship that seems to filter these toxins out. And we're wondering if you had any insight or if there was any help you could bestow upon us that we could lend to the Goliaths. Someone mentioned seedlings, perhaps, but I don't know. I apologize. I'm not familiar with your particular capabilities in that area.
Oh? Who asked about seedlings?
Well,
She's like
it was
looking
just
at you with eyebrows raised.
Todd looks at Valerian and Rick and then quickly looks
Valerian
out.
looks at the ground.
What? Yeah. What? Who?
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know any better. Treants like myself can create others, but only for a short time. You see, we have the small ability, the temporary ability to animate life into the trees of the forest. I made a few friends because I was bored, and I got pretty good at it. However, while these would do what you're asking of me, I can only do it, and they would last a day. When we would leave, it would be rough.
I see. Your ability to create an air pocket, is that unique to your kind, Oak Blossom?
It is. And she kind of like pushes up. She like reaches up and like touches her branches that almost seem to make like a large fro, and it kind of bounces a little bit. She says, "You see this right here? I've been working on it for a long time. This is why I am here. I filter and create based on the light of the sun. Like all trees. But, bitch, I'm damn good at it."
You are, and your foliage is magnificent, Oak Blossom. It's quite breathtaking.
Thanks. The products are a pain in the ass. So, we... Let me think. They're setting up here full time, right?
I believe that is the plan. However, if we can't find a long-term solution to the intoxication, Rick has indicated that they will get sick, very ill, and not be able to withstand this place. So we may have to relocate them if we can't find some way to help them.
She kind of thinks long in thought for a minute or two. She says, "Seedlings are not easily given away. They are a part of us. How much do you trust these people?"
Well, I almost gave my life for one of them.
You did.
I would not want to endanger any part of you.
I know.
Ultimately, it would need to be your decision.
I know. I have 3 that I keep here. And she kind of gestures to just above her chest.
Oh.
They're precious. And I hoped one day to settle with them somewhere. But I don't think I'm getting out of this ship anytime soon. This place is a part of me, as are all of you.
Oh.
We'll have to come back here. I want to see my baby.
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
Valerian would never let us not come back here, Oak Blossom.
It's true.
Yeah, he better not. And she will kind of reach into her chest, the branches moving around, and it kind of parts for her hand, and she produces a small egg tree, like a small, almost like bonsai tree sized seedling that's already slightly spurted. She says, plant this here. And in about a week's time, my youth will drink in the area around it. It will be small at first. They'll need years, decades. But in time, they'll be able to grow their roots. But if they take my baby from me, so help me, I will bring down a wrath upon these people, whether you like it or not, Valerian.
I'd be right beside you.
As would I.
It sounds only fair.
Good. He needs a name.
Oh boy.
Right, I'm going to thesaurus.com. Because I don't know anything about like flower language, so I'm looking that up.
Oh, do you,
Arthur's coming
Any
in, so you have a minute. I'm gonna say goodnight to my son real quick.
Please.
What's the scary score? Hold on. Hold on.
My heart aches for you.
Say hi.
Peek in the mic.
Happy Valentine. That was meant to be Happy Valentine's.
Oh, happy Valentine's.
Oh, happy Valentine's.
Day.
Okay, Bubba's. Alright, I'm gonna take this out.
The story's not
Alright, Bubba's.
hold.
Yeah, Allie is toad. Yes. Who,
Aw.
okay. Hold on. Look. See, who is that? It's Eugene,
Eugene,
Minnie,
Minnie,
Cade,
Kate,
Allie,
I,
and
Mohis,
good job.
Nice.
I,
Say goodnight.
tonight.
Good night, buddy.
Good night.
I wasn't.
poetic name, to be honest.
All right, I am back.
I
Did you
like
guys figure out a name?
Creator, Lady Jane. Yeah, I'm looking up like flowers commonly used to like make alcohol.
Well,
What do they make
chrysanthemums are
gin
used-
out of? They make it out of a flower.
Gin's made out of.
Juniper, right?
Yes,
I think so. Yeah.
juniper, angelica, and coriander. Maybe we could mix those. Juniper, angelica.
I like juniper blossoms, or just juniper even.
Yeah, they normally go by one singular name, and it's entirely dependent on either like Oak Blossom was just kind of a name that she chose with her family, but she's reaching out and she wants this to be something that you guys name as she's entrusting it to your care.
We could also go the route of naming it something that filters toxins, like chrysanthemum flowers are really good for that.
Ooh,
That's
yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I think just shorten it to Chris.
Please don't.
That's awesome.
That's so awkward. Oh, that's awkward. Oh God! If is Oak Blossom me and I'm role playing myself as Chris,
Some real meta stuff going on.
right? Shit.
I'd go check on Chris.
God damn it!
Kind of like that.
It's up to you
Chris
guys.
Blossom.
It's up to you guys. You name this tree whatever you want to name this tree, right?
It's funny. I don't know though. Yeah, it would be kind of weird, right? Hey, Chris, we gotta check on Chris. Can we go back meet Chris now?
My eyes are rolling across the floor right now. Okay. Well, you have the seedling. What would you like to do?
So
I like an
You know.
alcohol themed name. That's my vote.
yeah,
Juniper. I think juniper's pretty.
I think juniper's good.
juniper works for me.
Okay. So you return
But
back
yeah,
to
there's.
camp.
Mhm. And before going through with the exchange, there's like a setup of like, oh, we need to extract a promise from them, like to care for this, that we'll have access to it as needed. Because this is a long-term investment, I think we'll have to pursue the other building projects in the meantime. But yeah. I think sharing Oak Blossom's essence with them is like it's like, oh, I think we need to take this this alliance, this support between the Goliaths and the Dragonhawk, with a bit more gravity, given what what this means to Oak Blossom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't
They
really
did.
ask for anything for us, right? We asked for in exchange for rehoming them, essentially.
Mhm.
We asked for a location, but nothing really for us. And I think the least we can ask for is to take care of the protector that's going to take care of you, that we're gifting.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Like there's something to it where like Alec was thinking, like it might be worth requiring that they establish like a circle of druids to like maintain this tree.
Well,
Yeah. I think maybe Dawn Call needs to start training some of the others to follow in her path to make sure that it's properly tended to.
yeah. I don't. I would be hesitant to say that they have to make a specific kind of almost religion essentially around it, like a druid circle or something of the sort, but more push them because again they were ruled by dragons before, and putting them back under that same umbrella doesn't feel exactly right to me. But just encouraging Don Collar and the rest of them really to understand how important this is, I think naturally they will form their own kind of bonds and their own ways to maintain. But I think that we need to make sure that we push them that way.
Would Dawn Caller have had an opportunity to interact with Oak Blossom at all on our way here with them?
She wouldn't have done so unless you requested it. They stayed in your hole and tried their best not to interfere. But obviously, Oak Blossom would have seen all of them for the boat. They would have all seen Oak Blossom. And Dawn Caller, if you ask her, Dawn Caller could feel her spirit driving she could feel Oak Blossom's power in all of the surroundings around her. So it's Dawn Caller understood why Oak Blossom was there. Maybe not the technology, but it was clear to her that Oak Blossom was part of the ship, if not the ship itself.
Okay. I think that's a good inroad, being a druid, being there, being one leader of this band. Not to make the GM speak with himself, but it might be interesting to have them commune directly as we present them. Before presenting them with the seed. I feel like Dawn Caller would get it.
I think so too.
I agree.
You can make me talk with myself. However, for the sake of simplicity, because we all understand this, I will just simply explain it. Oak Blossom, if you have Dawn Caller arrive back onto the ship, will express her stern desire that this is a gift to their people, requested by her crew and friends. Dawn Caller understands the gravity and weight. While not being familiar with Treants, she understands the power that Oak Blossom has. And she will not, as long as she draws breath, allow any harm to come to her spawn.
I think Toad would also insist not necessarily a druid circle be formed, but that knowledge be passed down through the generations. So there's at least always, so that the leader of the tribe always understands the gravity and importance of Juniper's role.
I agree.
Absolutely.
That seems amenable.
Yeah. So, Dawn Caller is the voice of the land, of their people. Skywatcher is the voice of the hunt. The voice of the land has always carried stories of their people. And she will tell you that this story will be repeated for many years to come. She will not allow the kindness of your people to go unrecognized, and it shall be passed on to her children and her children's children, as the previous stories of their struggles in Zerantir have done so throughout the countless centuries. They have a chance now to just do more than simply endure.
I think as they find maybe a plot of land to put Juniper in the ground, Valerian will just kind of carve out a piece of the land and put it in a little pouch and when they get back on the ship, he will sprinkle it around Oak Blossom, around her plot.
What is this? Why are you bringing me dirt? Why are you bringing me dirt?
It's from where your children or your child, Juniper, will give life to many, hundreds, maybe even thousands, and maybe something small for you to absorb and remember them by. Of course, we'll still be here multiple times, so don't worry about that, but on the journey.
Oh, you better. But I thank you. And her roots push out, the wood creaking a little bit as she kind of forces her own body through the wood and brings the dirt further underneath her. Little piece of family. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, we're ready to go.
Yeah, let's get out of here. I think we've done a good thing today.
Yeah, we did something nice. Isn't that good?
Yeah. Wait. So in the meantime, so we had the fireball respite, and like long term, we'll have Juniper grow. In the meantime, I think Alec, before leaving, will at least like show them draw up plans to provide them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, using the river as a means of power, you'd need like these dimensions of of sails, of canvas, of like wooden beams in order to produce something large enough to like change the wind currents. If you grow trees in a certain way, if you design your homes, you might be able to create a sustainable wind tunnel, perhaps one that can like keep the one that could keep the vapors from settling in your village.
Make me a flat intelligence check to see how robust and effective these plants are.
Gotcha. Almost, but still good.
That's the second
Very
19
good.
tonight. That's an excellent
Yep.
roll. Yeah, so you were able to impart your wisdom, and you've simplified it in a way that these people can begin to learn and understand it. You've not just given them the plans, but you've explained the dynamics and fundamentals of how this is being created, so that they can create this engineering and devices, and they can replicate it. So the next time that they need to set up another large camp or perhaps expand, they can be ready for the vapors and can keep them open. You feel confident in the two that you've burdened with this task, and they respect your prowess, and they're grateful.
Yeah, it's a moment of just like professional courtesies. Then it's like I look forward to seeing your any progress towards engineering in the future. And when we return, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to lend my support.
It's appreciated, sir. All right. Let's see if I can't unfuck these plans. Come on, Bear Car.
I think Toad will also, where Juniper sapling is planted, turn into a young dandelion and use rejuvenating seed pods, but also request that the two that Rick identified as having alcohol poisoning and Dawn Collar at least are close by so they can be cured of their poisoning.
Nice.
Excellent. With your combined efforts, you secure a foothold in the forest of the Revelwist Immense against the intoxicating fumes in the water of this place. This strange, vibrant, but healthy land. You've placated the immediate needs. With your fireball magic, you've removed the vapor that's been there, and you've bought them time. Time for the young seedling to grow and begin to create and sprout a new path for the Ogolakanu. Is there anything else you'd like to do before you depart?
Real quick, have we told the Githyanki? Have we gotten the information from Dawn Caller and told the Githyanki where their portal is?
So, before you leave, Zephyr obtains that information from Skywatcher and Dawn.
Gotcha.
Zephyr will hold that information. He respectfully declines telling you the location for respect of his friends, but he assures you all that he has the information that he needs to pass along for his friends to reconnect with their clan.
Good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it.
Alaric, has a little hip check of just being like, officers aren't, we're not code word cleared for this sort of situation. It's just like, there's just like an operational setup of just like, well, what happens if something happens? Like, what if something happens to Zephyr? Then
he will smile and I have full faith in you all for the next 5 days of travel back to Sarantia. You put your trust in me, I put my trust in you. If something would happen, I would pass it along. Do not worry.
Understood.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else before we depart the Revelers' Dements and begin our journey back out of the Ring of Sybaris?
I got nothing.
I'm good.
Just collect, another ship, another shipment worth of, the waters of the Revelers' Domain. This might be just recreational, not necessarily for trade. But yeah.
Okay. I will say that you have enough to... If this is strictly for internal use on the ship, it will supplement your wine supplies that you keep on the boat. And if you're pulling it out once in a while in a blue moon for special occasions, it will last you the same amount of time as your current food supply will, which is, I think, 4 months. So you've got a substantial amount of this ale. And if you wanted to take more, you can for trade. It would just affect your cargo tonnage.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. That's about what I was thinking. There's a certain level of archivist, experimental study of just so the waters currently are pretty neutral, if I understand, right? Like taste wise. So it would be currently drinking from it would be something like vodka. Whereas the setup of once we added juniper to the system is will the flavor profile change? Will it become gin? Given that we're using, that we're providing juniper.
We'll see when you come back.
Mm-hmm. So part of it is just intellectual exercise.
All right. Well, you've set some roots here with the Ogolakanu tribe, Juniper, and previously with the Satyrs. You are understanding that Skywatcher and Dawncaller have formed a sort of treaty with the Satyrs, that the land to the south can be used. And you don't have any doubts in your mind that unless one of the other changes radically their beliefs, that there will be any competition for resources for decades to come. This land is plentiful, and the people are few. You feel confident as you step back aboard the Dragonhawk to depart.
Alaric does note, like a bit soberly, that there were no satyrs at their camp. That like there was no one to like for all their experience in like wood cutting and crafting and carving. It didn't seem like anyone was there to provide the the guidance of hospitality extended to like creating a home.
You did note the mass amount of supplies given by the satyrs. You see evidence of their work in the gear and load. And if you mention that point of note to any of the workers, they'll flag it as a continuing open dialogue with the satyrs.
Okay.
Something that they're working. Yeah.
Noted.
Mm-hmm. So, you're back on your ship, back with your crew. You've taken care of the problems that brought you back here and the problems that followed you from Zarantir. Now, you need to leave the Ring of Siverus. And it's going to be a challenge. The asteroids have shifted in their patterns. It almost seems like, based on observations from Signy, that their orbits have been altered by some third party. How that is, you're not sure, you can only speculate. But you need to get through this asteroid field quickly in order to make it back to Zarantir to secure your alliance with the Gith. So we're going to do a skill challenge.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
So as you depart the Revelers Dements, your crew prepares for the nature and trek of your dangerous journeys into cyberspace. And you line the Dragonhawk to what you think might be the correct trajectory. And you rocket out of the atmosphere of the Revelers Dements. We're going to have 4 successes before 3 failures. You guys can go in any order you want. How do you navigate the asteroid field and make it out of the Ring of Siberys to escape to the rest of cyberspace?
Before we actually fully leave the Ring of Siberys, can I call on my Chwinga Charm again?
You absolutely may. It's once a day, right?
Once a day, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that's 61.
61. Let's go find it, shall we? This is the funniest thing I have.
Oh.
Send it to me, will you? You have it up quicker than I have.
Yeah, I gotta pull it up right now.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
I don't keep it normally open on my DM screen.
I put it in the notes from in Foundry, so
Oh, that's smart.
yeah. Like the link to it.
Hey, that's perfect timing for when Minnie's not
it
here.
is. Yeah.
Oh, that's excellent. Okay, all right. Your first mate just got a little bit better at stuff. Okay. All right. So, what are the 4 of you doing to navigate the fields of the asteroids in the Ring of Siberys?
Alaric noting or minding the change in the orbital the orbital passage of these asteroids. He's going to leverage his exercise in graviturgy to prepare and cast, when necessary, singularity. Like this moment of like trying to divert any colliding asteroids it says the spell can levitate objects that weigh up to like 1,000 pounds combined.
Okay.
Like 3 creatures or loose objects, and the asteroids might be like way more, might weigh more than that. It's a setup of just like, if he can't utterly, like stop them in their tracks, he wants to like divert them as much as possible.
So, some skill challenges I only require just generally spell casting. Some skill challenges I require a certain tiered level spell. For this to work and be an auto success, you need to cast the spell at 2nd level.
It is. At base, it is 2nd level, so he will use that spell slot.
Pardon me, I forgot that it was a 2nd level spell by default. Well,
no,
spells,
yeah, of course you don't have it on hit. Yeah. I was looking at it too. I'm just like, what level is it? Oh, it's 2nd.
Yeah. For all spells right now, you'll all need to cast at 2nd level to be able to get a flat success. But with that, yes, you are able to move some of the asteroids in short range that look like they're about to collide out of the way as you speed forward during points and slow down during others, so you can kind of clear a path as needed. So that's 1 auto success. All right. Someone else, please.
I think for Valerian, I'll just do basically navigating. I'll do an arbiter check if that's okay.
Certainly.
And I'll kind of rotate between full speed and changing course as far as the Dragonhawk action.
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead and make me that arbiter check, please. With advantage, I believe.
Yep.
Because of your things. Okay. Well done. With an 18, assisted by Alrich and likely the rest of the crew, you are able to listen to their prompts quickly, and you are in sync with Oak Blossom, ensuring that there is no lapse in delay of commands given to her to position the ship accordingly. That is a success. So we have 2 out of 4 successes. Rick or Toad, please.
Yeah, this is tough. Because it's like, I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
Don't got much to do with navigation and such.
Yeah, but you feel free to, right? Your character sheet is not a full representation of who your character is and what they can do. You feel free to get creative. It doesn't have to be a skill. We can figure it out.
Yeah. Toad, do you have any ideas? Give me a chance to figure things out, or do you also need time?
I was gonna either use the telescope to make a perception check. I was thinking about using enhance ability on Valerian for his arbiter check, but I missed my window there. But I can certainly use it on you to enhance your perception check if you want to make a perception check.
Yeah, I'll be spotter. We could do that.
Okay. Tag team
like
that.
that.
Okay. Toad,
how do you enhance ability? Yeah, can you?
Enhance ability is 2nd level, right? There you go. Thank you for sharing it. I'm assuming you're granting him which one?
I'm gonna do Al's wisdom.
Al's wisdom. Okay.
So I get advantage on my perception check.
You gain advantage on your perception check, plus you get a +2 with the spyglass that's mounted to the ship. So go ahead and make that advantage, and we'll just add on the +2 afterwards.
Okie.
And you're using enhance ability at 2nd level, so that is an auto success. You guys are 3 out of 4. So
Nice.
I had 2 bad rolls.
that's performance.
That is performance.
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay, so I'll honor the 3rd team.
let me be clear.
advantage.
They're the exact same modifier, so it really doesn't matter.
You have a +0 to your perception as well.
Oh no, that's persuasion. I have a +4 to my perception.
I was about to say, I thought so.
How many P words?
Okay, so you
I'm
have
in the P.
okay.
I'm clicking on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
It's a 17.
That's funny.
Yeah, it would
And
be a
then
17.
with a +2, you just get over the DC to have the 4th success.
Okay.
So with your Eagle's wisdom, with Toad helping you and you using the resources on your ship and being creative, you are able to spot the routes that everyone else might be missing or can prepare better for. So the 4 of you combined pass the skill challenge, and you are able to navigate the Ring of Sybaris with the colliding asteroids and the roiling fields around you with skillful ease to protect your ship and your crew. Well done.
Oh yeah. I think we're getting the hang of this.
Okay, so previously we had already coordinated these 5 days of downtime. So I am just going to quickly fast forward because we had already previously discussed these 5 days. So we will bloop to Zarantir. But if you guys want to take a break now might be a good time to do that. You guys want to take a 10-minute break?
Come back at 9:10
Yeah, come back at
or
10.
8:10, I guess.
Sounds
For
good to me.
you.
Yeah, 10 after. Okay.
Or
Yeah,
10, 10.
that's good.
Yeah, all right.
You know.
Let's do that. We'll be back in 10.
Awesome.
All right, we are back. All right, so you all have indicated to me, looking at the cyberspace map, that you would like to travel to Eberron next. Would you like to go there directly? I know you guys mentioned some other things. You can also travel slowly in order to work on downtime. The door is open to you all. You have, for the time being, wrapped up amends with Zorantir. It's easily enough, unless you guys want to specifically go into Zorantir and roleplay your engagements with the Gith. It's really just a hammering down of the location and the agreements that you have already worked out. But if there's something you want to do more there, we can.
I specifically don't have anything. I'm good with just letting that be stuff that happens in the background. We don't need to see unless anyone else wants to do it.
I think the only thing that I would have is not anything like, that we'd have to play out, but basically just rehashing out the deal that this is the location. We got all these people out of the planet, and then just leaving the kind of it open for any future negotiations. Depending on how petty we want to be for like a port or something.
Yeah.
For to pay taxes or whatever.
Yeah.
But just basically leaving it open for future negotiations.
So, if I understand correctly, the agreement with Zorantir is almost set up like you guys have continuous access to their outpost. Am I to understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
So we will continue to keep that as such. And they are grateful for restoring their connection to the plane of Kithri. As a show of goodwill, Zephyr Murado will continue to travel with your group, serving as the ambassador to the Gith. As I laid out before in messages, your D4 domain die now grows to a D6. It replenishes at the end of this full rest, which we have now come to. So, remember, with the full rest, you have extra temp HP that you all can use. It is... Oh, we have it pinned. Let me grab it. Where is it? It might be in D&D info.
What was the Gith plane called again that you said?
Kithri.
Kithri.
Kyrthi.
You roll your player level times a hit die.
Yep.
Plus con mod. So a bard.
Yep. So most of you would be doing like 6. Yeah. So it's 6, whatever your hit die percentage is, plus your con.
Okay.
And that's temp HP. That doesn't reset over a long rest. It just stays until it's gone.
Gotcha.
And if someone can make a note to remind Minnie of that next session, I will allow her to obtain that full rest as well.
Okie dokie. I actually have a question. So, how visible are the planetary bodies in this system? Can we like see the surface of Aberrant? Not the surface, but like how we can see like the rings of Saturn and whatnot. Like, can we see that?
So yeah, you could probably see. It depends on how far away you are. You also will be getting a description from the houses, from your scientific research team when you stop by the cyberspace buoy.
Oh yeah, that thing.
You'll be getting the detailed reports, which is usually a day or two out from the planet that you're approaching. But I'd say anything past Eberron is too far out from you and likely outside of this orbit to make distinguishable figures of.
Okay.
So they're there. You know the names of them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We don't have like the telescopic prowess.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a Hubble Space Telescope.
You do not have a Hubble Space Telescope. You have a 100 times. You have a.
I have like some binoculars, basically.
You have some good binoculars right now. Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
that that's the equivalent that you can understand with that telescope. So
We're working with like Renaissance era telescopes. They can
Yeah.
make out that there's a thing out there, but the details not so much.
exactly, you in the observatory down back at Weinarn University, that one is powerful, similarly
Oh,
to
yeah.
the one that's on the Three Rings of Vogorak, the academic space platform research facility. They have a very powerful observatory, but that's it.
Okay.
That you know of, at least. But yeah, so you guys have discussed Eberron. You've discussed the pirate hideout. You've discussed taking some time to train the griffins.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the pirate hideout is, I think, what was on our next plan of action, and then I think Eberron.
Oh, is that what we decided? I don't remember this.
I think so.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think so. I mean, we can always just change it. I mean, who cares, right? But remember we got that info from the mutant that we fought, so we could check that out because we have the location of it.
Yep, and the
And it was
location.
just past Zorantir, I believe.
It's only about a half day's travel past Zorantir, so you'd have to go slightly past Zorantir, and then you'd have to double back to go to Eberron. So going from Zorantir to Eberron, because they're on opposite sides on this current rotation, remember, this is not an exact description, to get from the pirate hideout to Eberron would probably be another 10 day. So like a week, a 10-day week that we do in Eberron months. So you can go to the pirate hideout now, or you can stop and take your 30 days, or if you want to do your 30 days for Griffin training. Like I said, that's not a mandatory thing. That's just the clock is ticking on that piece.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's why I would want to go to the pirate place. Just it gives us something else to do, but I also want to stall to the next place as much as possible, just so we can train the griffins up before they become full adults and untrainable.
Input from the rest?
Yeah, I've been thinking of the pirates as well, and with the tentacle.
Yeah,
That's kind of inserted. Yeah, there's a level of this like, I want to see where this goes. What's the next stage?
I think from a certain perspective, Rick would not want to do this, right? Because it just doesn't. It's like sort of off the beaten path. Not really our main mission, but he is like also worried about if these pirates keep going around, it just kind of might make things worse for everybody, right? So he's not opposed to it. If he's overruled, he will acquiesce to going to the pirate den. So Toad, it's up to you.
I think I'm fine with going to the pirate hideout first. It doesn't matter to me. I think Toad has so much desire to go explore a new planet, but also will do whatever the rest of the group wants to do. So if we've got two people who really want to go to the pirate hideout, I think we should head there.
Yeah, actually, I feel the same. I'm not so opposed to it that I would like veto anybody.
I think we can kind of compromise. Valerian will say is if we go out there, if it looks honestly just too much for us for one ship, then we just leave. I don't think there's any harm in just turning around, but maybe we catch up another ship that might catch or spot us or something, but we're a lot faster than most ships, so shouldn't be too much of a struggle. But I think we scout it out at the very least, and if it's something worth investigating a little more closely, I think we can decide that at the time.
Yep.
You guys,
That sounds fine.
So all your resources, right? You can call in for assistance from the Gith. They can provide ships to assist you, but they need to know beforehand. If you want to bring Gith with you, they can bring two. They are willing to spare 2 Gith ships with you in the short term if you want to have some help. But it would be short-term kind of thing.
I think that'd be pretty sick, but I would leave it up to everybody else.
You'd be calling in your biggest favor right away, so just keep that in mind.
I was gonna say
For
we
now.
just got friendly. Hey, I guess a spare couple of ships.
By the way, You want to attack an entire?
Let's do
entire
scouting.
outpost?
Let's scout it out
Dude,
first.
maybe it's not
See.
even a favor to them. Maybe it's just what they want to do. They're just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you know,
you
they're
can't,
itching
you can't
for
take
it.
all those. Yeah, but you can't take all those pirates for yourself. It's like, get in while the getting's good. Otherwise, there might not be any pirates left.
But
But yeah.
to the counterpoint, it would be harder to just scout if we bring
Yeah.
more than one ship.
Yeah.
I think if anything doesn't get too bad, we can hold our own.
Gotcha.
So scouting does require you to slow down from your highest speed of interspace travel, which interspace travel in that speed, you can't see much at the speeds that you're moving. So if you're going to scout, I will be placing you on a battle map where you would be within... It gets to a point where if you want to see clearly, you might have to get within combat range. Just fair warning.
Maybe we can make like stealthy maneuvers.
Yeah.
Can we try to do something similar to that?
Ooh. You guys gonna try to sneak in?
We have
Little stealth mission?
our ship is like less outfitted for
Your ship
combat.
your ship is the equivalent of a rogue or monk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If there's a
we have a
class
quick ship.
equivalent, your ship is the equivalent of a rogue or monk. Braylon's ship is heavily manned, almost like a fighter. And as you meet the other ships, the Gith Yankee ships are closer to you than some others. Yeah, they're not terribly heavily armed. They're lighter ships than yours. They're smaller ships, so they're more like patrol ships. So yeah, you basically have that. Okay. Are we all in agreement? You guys are going to go try to scout out this designated area by the pirates?
Yeah, let's do some stealth spell jamming.
Oh, I'm fucking here for it. Okay. So, let me change.
Oh, let me roll my full rust dice as well. It's for me it would be 60-10, right? Plus
Yes,
my con mod?
yes, it would. It's a lot.
Oh wow.
What'd you roll? Did you roll high?
30 plus 2, so
I mean,
32.
that's
Nice.
It's almost double my HP. Plus the inspiring leader, right? So it'd be 40.
not inspiring
No,
leader
yeah.
does not stack with that. Yeah,
Does not stack? Okay.
does not stack. Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, no, that's too much. Temp HP doesn't stack.
Gotcha.
However, if you have an ability that raises maximum HP, and then an ability that grants you temp HP, those two things stack. A common example of that is the aid spell does stack with temp HP. Sorry, give me just 1 second as I set this up. So, using the details that you gleaned off of the last holdout of the crew that you destroyed, known as the Abandoned, you found markings amongst the wreckage of a location of interest to them. You have reason to believe it might be some sort of operating camp or hideout. As you begin to bring your ship closer to the designated location, you begin to slow down your ship, and you'll need to navigate it in a way that you can approach without being detected. So, as you begin to slow down from the high speed intensity that the Dragonhawk works at when its furls and sails are fully opened, the light gleaming against the sun, you'll need to attempt to slow down with a complexity in speed. I'm going to pull you to the map for now for visualization, and so the rest of you can, so y'all can roll from this map, because you have to roll off the Dragonhawk ship itself.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So you all are here. If you're seeing correctly, you should see the galaxy map, a large asteroid, and some points that are tiled out on the map.
Yeah, I see the 2 square tiles and a big circular tile.
Yes. So those are space anomalies. You don't know what they do, but you notice patches of disturbance that you'll need to identify further. So, Valerian, as you are the arbiter and current pilot of the ship, I would like you to make a dexterity check using the Dragonhawk statistics.
Oof. I will use an inspiration to reroll that.
Mm-hmm.
Much better.
As you descend out of top speed, your crew quickly furls up the gleaming lights that shine off of your flapping wings of the Dragonhawk, and you descend to a point where you think you might not be immediately spotted. As of right now, you are operating in pitch black with your crew limited, making little to no actions that would create light outside the ship. You guys are a lights out ship.
Oh yeah.
You feel confident in your disengaging of speed as you slow to a halt where you are on the map. What would you like to do?
I have a question about Erin, actually. Does she have invisibility?
Erin does have invisibility.
Can you cast that on an object? I mean, that'd be like crazy if you could make the whole Dragonhawk invisible, but I'm just kind of wondering. Is it only on characters?
If someone wants to look that up for me, the rule of invisibility.
Look it up. I mean, you could technically... I don't know how it would affect the ship exactly, but...
If you cast invisibility on Oak Blossom, what happens
exactly,
to the ship?
Yeah. A creature you touch.
Creature, okay.
Anything the target is wearing, carrying is invisible as long as it is on the target's person.
So,
is Oak Blossom wearing or carrying the Dragonhawk?
The ship?
For balance purposes, I think it's a little broken.
Say, probably don't want to let's do this.
Yeah, I will say that you could theoretically hide Oak Blossom on your ship. However, the rest of your ship would still be visible. But I would say because she is a living creature, I would allow invisibility to work on her and her alone.
I think that honestly still might be worth it to cast it on her. She's like a big part of our ship. Also, if we do get attacked, it would make her less of a target, if not take her out of the equation entirety.
Erin,
if the picture of the Dragonhawk is accurate, then she is like a rather prominent.
She is a very yes, and we'll say for the sake of this, that is a rather accurate depiction of your ship. I will say yes, you can hide her. Is there a size limitation for invisibility?
Just as a creature.
A creature. She is a creature. I will allow it. So, Erin,
does she agree though? I mean, does she want to be hidden?
She supports the plan. If you guys think it's the right call here,
we're trying to protect her. Yeah.
You're trying to protect. Yeah, if you guys think that that's best, she has no qualms with it.
Okay.
So for the sake of this, it is not visible to others that she is prominently displayed. However, I will rule it this way: attacking with the ship's weaponry would be considered breaking the invisibility. If that makes sense. So she's hidden, but if you attack with the ship weaponry, which is enhanced by her and used, but she's ingrained to it, that would break that. Fair? Cool.
Yep.
Okay. So Erin will cast that. We'll track that on her sheet accordingly. I think that lasts for an hour, so that's fine. Erin's on the ship, so I allow you to use her resources in that way, gingerly. So, okay. What else would you like to do? We're not in initiative right now.
Can Toad use the new ship action or the identify cosmic hazard to try to identify some of the things around us?
Oh, nice.
You absolutely can, Toad. So, that's a ship action. So, every ship action that we're doing, basically I'm still kind of doing this in rounds. We're going to have to make more dex checks. Just fair warning to you, Valerian. So
Okay.
this one is all in one fluid one, so you can just use that action straight up. Does it require a roll? I'm trying to remember. Let me look.
It doesn't say. It just says you quickly study any anomalies in the nearby space, identify basic knowledge about the nature and size of the hazardous effect.
Okay.
You could assign a DC, make it like a
Yeah,
wizard or whatever.
I do think that it would be a. Let's have you do a xenoarchaeologist check, and you identify which one you want to learn more about.
So the hazards are the like blocked off areas.
The hazards are the tiled areas. Yes, you don't understand what they are until you use this action, but there's an indication that there's something going on there.
All right, I'm gonna do the big one in the middle.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a. Yep.
That was almost a 2. Oh my god, that was scary.
You guys are rolling excellent right now. I'm scared for later. By the way, I have tomorrow off, so if we want to play late, I'm chilling.
Nice.
Okay, so this giant 100-foot circle seems to be distorting gravity around it. This is a gravity well. If you brought the ship into it, you highly suspect that you would be pulled near the center. Your ship would have to fight the forces of gravity that seem to be pulling into this spot. Could work to your advantage, or it could be a hazard that you just need to straight up avoid.
We could slingshot with it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
So that's what you get. So we've got Toad doing something. Valerian just did the stealth check. Okay. I'd say this is kind of a turn. So Rick and Alaric, what would you like to do? Or would you like to wait to see for new information?
So, in our passage forward, do we leave like a visible trail of propulsion? Because that would be where I want to be like, if we want to go like full silent and like not even, use that means of propulsion, we could use the gravity well that Toad just identified, right?
Yep. One of the benefits of the Dragonhawk, because it is a natural ship powered by natural energy, you do not produce any effects behind you. However, if it was a ship that was powered by other types of helms, there's a possibility that it could. So your ship can easily run silent.
Gotcha.
So,
Fantastic.
but it is depending on the cover that you can find, and that's what the stealth check is determined of. Smaller asteroids and small things in space. Otherwise, you are traveling in the void of space. So if there's nothing obstructing your vision, someone could place their eyes on you. And you could use that if you know a ship does create a contrail like that. That could be used for tracking for other ships if they produce those things. Not all of them do.
Gotcha. Because we are running pretty quiet, or as reasonably quiet as you can get, Alec will, keep that in mind, and he'll think of like a way, if we need to escape, to use that to their favor later. We're here to scout. Can he commune with the tentacle? Like as an aberration? Could he even feel like the faintest presence, or like the direction toward another? Like,
okay,
His siblings, yeah.
ooh, it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you to do it.
hey, we've got resources, and like this is a moment of like two benefits. One, he gets to see if the tentacle will do other stuff, and like two, this is a matter of scouting, and we should detect as much as we can. Though, I suppose one possible consequence is that if he can detect them, maybe they can reach back.
Yeah, it's possible that, right? So you get the sense, and you kind of mentally, it's not a speaking language, right? It is a sense of feeling, right? It's almost like you're talking to it's a feeling of movement that you maybe get some yeses or no, or you get some emotional feelings, right? Your communication, because this tentacle, you have allowed it to burrow slightly into your mind, and it has a connection. It understands your intents and desires more clearly than before.
Mhm.
It can call out to likes of its kind. Either it can call out and ask for a response, or it can seek it out without leaving traces or chances of a response. You get the sense that the call is easier.
Yeah, he doesn't want to alert, so he's going to go for like the passive detection.
Okay.
The the equivalent of like listening.
Okay. So it's going to take a significant amount of willpower and brain power in order to communicate and channel this focus. So what I want you to do is make me an intelligence check. Straight check. And then immediately after, I want you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
I am going to use one of the inspirations to re-roll the
That's fine.
intelligence.
Probably for the best.
16, still not great, but it's above even.
Not bad.
Well, yeah, that's. Is this something? No, that's fine.
The
It's
intelligence check is how well this seeking can be done without detection. The Constitution is the bodily functions that you will experience after the cost.
fine. Okay. I have a 16 currently. Could I use the explorer's die to bump that?
It would drop down the DC. So yes, it works backwards, but just roll it and we'll just add it to your total.
Awesome. Okay.
It's a D6 now instead of a D4.
Oof.
Rough.
Okay. I have 2 more sources of inspiration. This is tough. This is Alaric right now is having trouble with his eyes closed, concentrating on this. Speaking of concentration, here we go. Well, I use my second inspiration. Yeah, we used the die. Might as well. All right, one more time. Intelligence. Oh. Hey, there we go.
Very
Okay.
good. And I'll tack on that one from the 1d6 onto that as well. I'll honor that.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
And he will make the Constitution
Yes,
save.
please.
I'm curious, so I will not re-roll that.
Okay. With a 24, truly,
Mhm.
you communicate and allow this creature to siphon off some of your mental energy to seek long distance. We're talking hundreds of feet here. You seek towards this strange asteroid. And it's not a call, it's almost a check, almost a probe, silent probe. You get dozens of responses back, and you get one very powerful ping back, and you get the feeling, an emotional feeling of being underwater for a second. Then your brain and head start to shake, and you feel the pain in your spinal cord. You take 2 points of exhaustion, and you lose 3 hit die.
Gotcha.
As you suffer from the mental strain of reaching silently, probing, using the power. It is siphoning the power from your body to get you what you want.
Gotcha. I am looking. I will. Do I do it in skills? I'll apply the exhaustion. I lose.
Yep. And so it's just it's a -2
-2.
to all your rolls. Yep. And
Exactly.
you do know that your probe only came back with responses around the asteroid, focused mostly on this spot right here, pinging to the very south of the very south.
Okay. Yeah, in this moment of like sweating, like his, I suppose, like going into this mental space. I think I'm gonna borrow some imagery from like Warhammer. Like hearing the pings it's not like a pleasant experience. Like these are like sibilant whispers, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is not a these are not a conversation, not something that he can like listen into, but it doesn't sound good. Especially that mention of like, oh, there are dozen, or there are dozens or a dozen things. Dozens of things. There is like an even
Actually, I will
power.
tell you, with a 23, with the 24, okay, you get more specific of a ping. You get roughly about a dozen and a half in the actual asteroid itself, but you get several dozens just outside the asteroid.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is a moment where like he'll come out of this satisfied with like his success in attuning to these senses. But I think if anything, this is more of like a wake up call of like, what am I getting into? Like, this sort of pain of just like, I don't like, can these pirates withstand this and more? They might be more terrifying than, or they might be like, far more powerful than he had originally estimated. So like he'll relay this, but he'll be like full sweating and like pale during the recounting.
That just leaves Rick. If you'd like to do something.
I would. I mean, I want to see the only kind of like cover there could be in this kind of, space would obviously be things like natural formations like an asteroid, which is the only big one. So we can't take cover behind that. That's where they are.
Yeah.
But like, are there any like
there are smaller ones,
like celestial like gas pockets or anything like that we could like shroud our ship in.
Yes.
So we can get closer without being seen.
I like that.
So go ahead and make me a perception. So you're specifically looking for places that you could hide, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, depending on how well this perception roll goes, I don't have any more asteroids on the surface of this map. However, what I will do is I will apply how well this roll goes to the next, as a bonus, to the next stealth check that Valerian takes. So we're simulating that you are identifying more of these smaller areas to hide it. And I'll gauge the benefit based on how well your perception check is. As if you guys are kind of leaping behind cover, if you will.
May I cast guidance on myself?
You may. I will allow that in this scenario.
Then I will add a d4 to my perception after I roll it.
Yes.
Oh boy. I'm going to believe I'm just going to go ahead and use my inspiration before even rolling that d4.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so I'll mark my inspiration, and then I will roll perception again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, much better. And then I will go ahead and roll that d4.
Nice.
All right, yep, make it 21.
With a 21, the next, you are able to identify a space that is within the range of your ship. You have 110 feet of flight. The grids on this map are accurate that you can move 110 feet. in any direction that you whatever direction Valerian's looking towards, you're able to spot a point that you can jump to. It is a +3 on the next ship stealth check.
Gotcha. All right. So do we want to go south or north, or like southeast or northeast on the map for you guys?
South is where it like brings us closer to them, like directly, right? If I understand correctly.
I'm looking at this map
the-
like the top of the map is north and all that. So I think north actually brings us closer, like a more direct path. Because if we want to go around this big old circle, right? Unless you want to go directly through it.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Simulated 3D, guys. Simulated.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, we're kind of in the next round. So what would the four of you like to do to continue this? I believe invisibility is not concentration, right? I think we're good on that.
I think invisibility is concentration.
Is it concentration?
It is concentration.
I will keep that in mind if I need to roll for Erin later. If we get into a fight or something, I will still make her make Constitution saving throws. Okay, so you may move if you wish to. And Valerian, I'm assuming you want to move and do a stealth check?
That's right.
Okay, well, you can go ahead and go first, because that's... Unless someone else thinks they want to do something that can help it now. But if not, go for it.
I'm trying to think of a way I could assist. Like, I don't know. So I was thinking of like assisting through stealth but I don't think there are any armor panels on the hull. Like I don't think that's how I don't think that's how it's constructed.
Yeah, the Dragonhawk is not armored well.
Would it break invisibility if... No, okay, so cutting straight to the idea. There was like a setup of just like, what if there's a matte covering for the Dragonhawk? Like if Oak Blossom could model the bark patterning so that it doesn't, through whatever light captured presents.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're trying to basically put stealth coating on it. I would say that what you're trying to accomplish is possible, however, not in the span of a short couple seconds or a... Realistically, that needs to be something that you need to take some downtime for, and that would basically be quantified as like a permanent ship upgrade to your stealth, which I approve of. Great idea, don't forget it, but she's not going to be able to do it right now.
Maybe if we had like a dancing lights spell or something, we could justify it that way. But if you like cast that on the whole of the ship or something, I don't know. But like I don't.
Yeah.
So
no, I don't have that either. What I was like,
I'm checking real quick to see if Erin has it, but I don't think she does. She does not.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, it's basically like last turn you took the stealth check to stop stealthily. Or you think stealthily. This next turn, like you guys have like your movement and your 4 moves kind of thing. So
I say we just continue onward then. We take that first action and hopefully the stealth works out with that little bonus I got you.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Nice, natural 19 for 24.
24. Okay, go ahead and move to where you want to up to your ship speed, and you get a +3, so that's actually a 27. So
nice.
So that's
just
let's go north. I mean,
trying to go
right around here. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can look at the stuff to our left as well. So yeah, we'll move like maybe up. I don't know how far exactly, but like maybe up here ish.
That's fine. Okay. So Rick identified a good area to stop and hide, kind of by some cover that would block you from the asteroid, granting you that small bit of bonus. Okay, so that's the movement, and that's Valerian's turn. What are the rest of you doing this turn? We can keep going, but you all have an opportunity to do something each round if you choose to do so.
Yeah, Toad's gonna try to identify this other hazard that's right next
To
to
the west
us.
of you?
Nice.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me that xenoarchaeologist check, please.
Ooh, I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Go for it.
Nice.
Thank goodness we're so inspired tonight.
Mhm.
All right, well, it wasn't much better, but
It gives you enough.
Not bad though.
It's pretty obvious what this is. It is a patch of stagnant, foul air. If anyone were to fly through it, your ship would immediately be, at least for the Dragonhawk, you would be temporarily fouled. It would reduce significantly the air condition of anyone who is on board a ship that flies through it. And anyone exposed on the top deck would likely be, fouled air. You can be suffering damage, or there's other negative, nasty effects. So it's a patch of bad air, if you will.
gotcha. Okay.
Mhm. Okay, so that's Toad's turn. Valerian, ship. Rick, Alric, you guys doing anything this round?
I mean, I just kind of want to see like if I can. There's that huge pirate flagship, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
is that visible? Can we see that from here? Or we have to get closer.
You
with
can
the red sails.
you can attempt to make a perception check.
I will try to be perceptive yet again.
With the
Yeah,
Can I-
can I assist with that? Is that something where Alec, with his senses, could be looking in this general vicinity might.
I would say that you
narrow it down.
previously got pings just outside the asteroid, so you're directing him to the right place to look. Roll me one more intelligence check to see if you give him a straight mechanical bonus. I'm also attributing that, I'm assuming, Rick, you are using the telescope to attempt to see a little bit better.
Yeah.
To give you that +2. Okay.
Fantastic. It should offset my -2. So 12.
I will give you, with that, yes, -2, 12. I will say that you will get +1. So total, Rick, you have your perception roll +3
Yeah.
on this perception
Okay.
check. And Alric, I'm going to call that your use of this turn to give them that bonus from previous.
Mhm.
Okay. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Sounds good. Boosh. Oh. Oh yeah.
What was your roll? I can't see.
Oh, you'll see. Hold on.
You might want to go
Yeah,
back to the D&D Beyond page. because
It's
it takes-
loading.
Oh.
So it's way better. Yeah.
I saw
It's
one
starting-
and then an 18 pop up.
Yeah.
so-
Yeah,
I'm on one
perfect.
forever, dude. So
Okay.
okay, and then +3, so 25. So I
20.
use my eagle eyes to see what's over there.
Excellent. You rolled with advantage. What are you getting for rolling? How are you rolling with advantage?
Did I? I only rolled once. I thought.
Roll. No, what's the. What?
Yeah,
Oh, because you have
Yeah,
the
I saw
lucky
the one
feet.
pop
You
up
have the
too.
lucky feet. That's why.
Ah, yes, I do. That's right, because I'm a halfling.
Oh.
I was like,
Perfect.
I see the formula for re-rolling ones. I'm like, he's a fucking halfling.
I
Oh,
forgot.
you lucky
I-
son of a bitch.
It does it automatically.
Okay. Good roll. You have a 25. You can see the ship with the red sails. You identify all 3 ships that are docked off the asteroid. You
3 ships,
identify
oh boy.
the Red Saber, which you know with the red sails is crewed by many, and 2 of the smaller ships in slightly battered condition, similar to the ones from previously, and they look to be similar design and build. But also
Okay,
with the 25, you recognize they don't know you're here yet.
I will relay this to the crew, and I suggest scouting mission complete. I don't know if we can take a 3-on-1. We got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, we'll be lucky if it remains a 3-on-1 if we get caught here. Like that would be like Alec's advice, still like pale. It's like there's a dozens perhaps. And does he get the sense that the strongest ship is the one that pinged his tentacle senses the most regarding power?
No.
Gotcha. And so like
Something
there's that and-
inside.
There's something even worse. Something hidden, docked within the asteroid. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a ship. I don't know if it's something that could pursue us. But whatever they call home there,
Yeah. Now,
they definitely have an advantage.
now keep in mind, you could try to make it into wherever this place is without those ships noticing you're there, but that would be, I'm just fair warning, incredibly difficult.
Mhm.
But okay, so that's a round. Next round, what are you guys doing? You've learned some information. You have some environmental factors at your play. You know a lot more than they do in this scenario.
I mean, I still vote for retreat, and if we want to pursue this now, we can go and grab the Githyanki, or we can save these guys for later.
Yeah, I think mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so too, Ted.
You guys are going to need to try to make a stealth roll to see if you can get away without a few parting shots. So,
Valerian will Valerian, and also I want to really see what is on that asteroid, but Valerian will just suggest maybe we use, just as we talked about before, using the gravity well as like a slingshot to maybe at least as we go full speed. This will obviously help us go full speed back to our full speed, really. Most likely avoid any attacks that would come our way, just from sheer surprise, but also the speed that we're going at, and maybe we get a glimpse of what is on the asteroid. What are they protecting? What is
Oh boy.
their base look like? But if it's too dangerous, we just call it quits. We go away.
I mean, we are D&D adventurers.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the feeling of, driving a car like it's stolen. I really do enjoy it. But I do want to lean into this. I would like to help there. I do have one question though. For this asteroid and this gravity well, does Alaric have any insight into whether or not that is an appropriate sized gravity well for the amount of mass we're talking about? Or with his understanding of graviturgy, does he think that there's some additional powers invoking
Good question.
that gravity well?
We'll call that we're still in this round-based structure, so this will be a check on your part. I'm going to call your turn for this.
Gotcha.
Make me a... what is readings trying to understand space magic? Or space things?
Is that Arcana, maybe?
Maybe Arcana. Yeah, I think that's the closest one to this. Excuse me. Yeah, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. As you're compiling the information and data that Toad gave you based on her initial observations.
Okay. All right. This plus, and then -2, whatever the result.
Yeah, no worries.
I think I can do better than that. 12, 3. Come on. All right. I'm going to use my final inspiration. If we're gonna be risky, we're gonna be risky. All right. Last inspiration out and Arcana again. Better.
-2, so 18. You've done some studying with gravity magic, so I will give this to you. Gravity wells can occur in space. It's an anomaly, but it's not something that you understand can be caused by a intent of a being, unless they're high power, higher than anything that you would expect even these pirates to have, unless there's something you are woefully unaware of.
Gotcha.
You are fairly certain that this is something that it's unnatural in its occurrence, but it's natural in its source, that it's something from the environment, not created by a being.
Awesome. Yeah. So that's there's an element of he gives his own assent, or he seconds the nomination to have this scan using this slingshot to get around quickly. This isn't a matter of like we'll be caught in a vortex controlled by another being, or it's less likely.
Think
But
about it
that's
like
the case.
think about Pirates of the Caribbean 3 with the whirlpool.
Yeah.
Your ship will have to fight or to be drawn into the center. Additionally, Rick, I failed to give you this information before with your 25 crazy perception check.
Mm-hmm.
You would notice that there is a carved doorway into the asteroid.
Ooh.
There is
dungeon.
something inside of the asteroid. I failed to give that to you before.
All right.
And they are kind of ported. They are kind of ported just outside of this entrance to inside the asteroid.
I mean, it's all very tempting, but I do think we are a little under-equipped for this still. Okay, so if we're doing the slingshot thing, my impression of a slingshot, can you guys see when I measure? You can see like that measurement thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. My impression of a slingshot means that we have to go here, then here, and then out that way, right? Like, it's got to be it's got to be like at least, a triangular sort of thing going on.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
are we going to try to do that and then see, like, get a closer look? Like, what are we doing while we're doing that?
Well, okay, so the Dragonhawk has to get up to speed because we are at a slower speed right now, so we can actually see our surroundings. Otherwise, we're just almost like FTL. We're zooming past it.
That's a good way to
So
think about it.
this would help us get up to speed regardless. So it's just a good tool in general. But we will pass by them and hopefully at a speed faster than they have time to react to, and we'll be able to get a closer look onto what what this base of operations is.
Mechanically, for your understanding, Valerian, you would lay in course, which means you would set full speed of your ship to go one direction, and you would, instead of having to use a ship action to change course, you're letting the gravity well change the course for you.
Gotcha.
Ooh.
So it wouldn't give you any initial or without extra help speed boost. However, it would eliminate the need for you to take a ship action to turn the ship. So it frees you up a little bit more in that regard. Because remember, dashing with a ship is not possible currently. However, I will remind you that actually, Toad,
Mm-hmm.
make me a wisdom check to see if you recall this information. Because you're the one that got the best look at these ships last. 14, I'll allow it. Some of this, you witnessed some of the smaller ships the last time you fought them have the ability to teleport in short jumps. At least once.
Ooh, I don't like that.
I don't love that either.
So we're betting that we're faster, but we really have no idea how fast these ships are. Like, not the big one. We really don't have any clue.
We got a glimpse, but yeah, we definitely don't. We didn't see it at its full capability. We just saw it
You saw
casually leaving.
You saw it basically warp away. And not warp away like normal accelerating to maximum speed. It like almost jumped space. Like the other ships were doing. But you don't know
Okay.
how many times these guys can do that.
We're currently stealthed. We could just try to sneak right back out the way we came.
We could. It's the safer option for sure, and I'm okay with that if everyone else is okay with that. But if it's possible, I would like to get a closer look. But we're not going to do anything with the information right now anyway, so might not be. It's more for curiosity's sake. It could be beneficial right now, but most likely it'll be just for curiosity's sake. So I'm fine with
That's
just
good
leaving.
scouting.
Okay. All right. So
Alec is in support of the
The slingshot.
the slingshot.
okay.
Love that.
Like he agrees that there's additional data to suggest that there's something else important outside of just the ships that we can see, outside of just the fleet of the abandoned.
Should me and Toad and you and Valerian have competing persuasion checks and see who wins?
Ooh,
I would.
I
I'm
accept that.
so down
I
with
support that. I support that.
Toad, are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's,
how
there's
about we do
no
it like
fifth
this?
person tonight, so I'm not going to weigh
That's
in on
true.
it.
We all, each of us roll our persuasion checks. We add them up, and whoever has the highest total on either side wins. Right?
Oh,
I'll allow
That's
that.
awesome.
I think that's fair.
I love that suggestion.
Can I use enhance ability on myself to make myself more charismatic? Give
You
myself
have,
advantage.
you have to use a
Ooh.
spell
Love that.
slot.
Are we all cheating? Like, are we all just going to use our spells to make ourselves more persuasive?
I am also going to cheat and use the charm of the silver tongue.
I knew you
Oh.
were.
All right.
That's all we all know we're cheating because we're all in front of each other.
Yeah, it's true.
Everyone's playing nice. I have no problems with whatever boons you guys want to try to get from each other.
Love that.
Is
Yeah,
it really
okay.
cheating if you're all on the same page?
We get multiple votes.
What'd you say?
Oh.
Okay, here's mine. I'll add a D4 to it. Nice.
You need
Oh
to-
yeah, we lose. A 19 and a nat 20. That's GG.
Oh yeah, we persuade you guys. We persuade the fuck out of you guys.
Honestly, it's just so much safer. You're right, Rick. It's we need to turn around. It doesn't. We were putting ourselves in unnecessary danger. Let's turn around.
Okay. That was fun.
That was awesome.
We'll for sure use that again next time there's only 4 of y'all. I support it. Okay. So, we'll do next round because we'll call that's everyone's turns fighting it out.
Okay.
Which we'll be discussing. All right. So you're turning around and trying to sneak back away. I need you to move however many feet you want to move, and then make me another stealth check, unless someone wants to add a bonus on later.
110 is right around here.
Yeah, move. If you drag with the thing, and then you press space for where you're aiming to, and you press space, it'll move the token.
Nice.
Look at it go.
That works for you guys too. And if you I think you can, if you hold control and drag, if you hold control and keep drawing lines, if you left click, you can make multiple paths. Like you can do like a whole thing. And then if you press
Oh, that's
space,
awesome.
your character follows that. And you right click to dismiss it. So
For each node. I'm right clicking a bunch of times.
yeah.
I know.
But yeah, you guys can do that with your character sheets too. So if those that were in the unknowing. Okay, 21 for your stealth. All right. You feel fairly confident that you have not been seen. You need to make one more stealth check in order to escape visual range and accelerate back out.
Oh, I so want to use the slingshot for just like a ballista and just slingshot it right into the asteroid, but I don't think that would work. And if they could teleport, I don't want to do that.
Oh, that would be cool to. I would love to try that of like using the gravity well as part of like the aiming trajectory.
Yeah.
Of being like,
I would allow it.
that'd be sick.
It'd be
We-
hard.
Some wanted stuff right there.
If we come
Yeah.
back with allies, that is for sure something we can tell them about, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. 8 on your dex check, 8 on your stealth check.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I give
Not
you my
good.
last inspiration? Actually, I really want to be stealthy.
Okay.
Oh, it's worse.
Not much better.
Oh no.
Can I? No, I have vortex warp, but that just warps another creature.
I mean, I'll use
No.
my last inspiration. I have one left. I'll use it. Reroll. Much better.
Nice.
Much better. And with that, you are able to, without seeing any sort of changes in the ships, complete your recon mission in avoiding any sort of combat while gaining significant information. Well done.
I think we got.
Yay.
I think it actually was successful, everyone. We got some good information. I mean, they have at least I don't know if the asteroid in itself is a ship or a home base of some sort, but it's obviously populated thanks to your companion there, Alric, and we know that that's kind of their base of operations. So if we want to go back, especially as I'm assuming they will do more attacks, we put us up to it when it gets really bad.
Yeah.
That is an intriguing thought. If they're using the asteroid itself as a craft, and they have an entity living inside, like we have Oak Blossom with a Dragonhawk, wouldn't that be something?
It would answer the question of where they get all these, mutations from.
That's very true.
Okay. You've gotten some information. You are just outside of Zarantir. What are you guys doing? You guys going to get allies and coming back, or are you going to do something else? You don't have to fly all the way back to Zarantir. You can let Zephyr know, and with about a day's notice, they can be wherever you need to right around Zarantir.
What do you guys? Are we doing the raid on the space pirates, or are we going to Olaroon?
I think I'm satisfied. I'm cool with going to Ulrun, unless you guys feel strongly about going to raid the pirates.
You already know that I'm for the planet over fighting pirates.
And I think Toad is as well. And
Ready for the planet.
I was indulged,
Yeah.
so I'm okay with going to Ulrun.
Yeah.
I
I think-
want to go. Yeah.
Yeah. In universe, I think in and out of character, I think going to Alderaan sounds fun. There's also the setup of just like, I think it'd be fun I think it'd be great if Erin were here for the pirate raid. I can't wait for her to be a part of that.
Yeah, I also, out of character, don't want her not to be here for the pirate raid if we do that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So Alderaan it is.
I think it's too much to try to split time and say you hit this next session and then continue on to Ulrun. So I think it wouldn't be fair. So on to Ulrun, you guys have time to do downtime as well. It's up to you how you guys want to plan this. It's going to take you at minimum 10 days to Ulrun.
I had a suggestion, which is sort of like the Spelljammer version of sonar to help us locate things easier. If we could somehow finagle that with some kind of spell, like an enhanced version of what would it be? Detect magic, maybe, because spelljamming ships are generally run by magic, correct?
Oh, I like that.
That is very true.
If we could have some kind of device on the bridge of the ship that would allow us to, anybody with the detect magic spell could use it, could enhance that and make it ping out wide range, would be useful. In this particular scenario, I was thinking about that while we were scouting it out. I'm like, we could really have used something like that to help find things.
Because I have detect magic. It's just 30 feet in range. We would have to get real close.
So
Exactly.
That sounds like a very worthy project. I'd be happy to work on that during downtime.
I'm looking at the upgrades section of the Spelljammer guide that I shared with you all. I think I gave you the full thing. If you can see it, the full thing is 33 pages. If you have one that's 33 pages, that's the full thing.
Yeah, I got it.
And keep in mind, prices and things may vary. I may tweak them as I feel is appropriate. This is just a general idea of what things are. So I'm looking at upgrades, and I don't see anything that would be a good match to that, right? However, I am fully in support of it. We just need to figure out how that would work. You would need...
I was thinking it would be sort of a focus for detect magic. You would have to supply the spell, but when you use this thing to cast that spell, it would make the range, instead of 30 feet, 300 feet or something, to really enhance it so that you can use it to find other ships, or obviously it would be anything magical in the area.
Yeah,
right.
I like that idea. Rick and Alric, I think this is your pet project. So I think we need to figure out how we can make it work. I like the idea of allowing detect magic, but as we stretch out the range, it's not a sonar in all directions. It's a sonar in a very small either line or small cone.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kind of homebrewing some adjustments. However, this is an installation of an upgrade. Installations on upgrades requires you, I'm going to say for this, it can be done while you're flying, but it's going to take time, right?
Yeah.
Similar to the other projects that you guys have in D&D Info. So, let me give this some thought.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, we can settle this.
yeah, let me think about the cost. So, I think it's a pretty... Do you want it to be more powerful or done faster? Do you want this project more powerful or do you want the project done quicker?
I don't foresee us needing it immediately until we go back to the pirate. Like, that's the immediate thing, is like we would use this for going back to the pirate lair, and also anytime in the future when we need to scout. But for the moment, we're going to Aberrant, so we can split it up and do it well instead of doing it fast. That would be my preference personally.
That's reasonable to me.
Yeah, up to you, of course. But
yeah, I mean, when you do it fast, you can always make it better later. It's just more about when you need it, that kind of thing. So,
yeah.
Okay. So, I'm going to say that you're basically making a focus item. Okay. So, how big is the purple worm? It was a gargantuan creature, so it was a 15 feet. I think it was a 15 feet square. So I like the idea of the focus being something maybe that you embed into the purple worm's mouth. Almost like a circular dish.
That's awesome.
Like a sonar dish you insert into the mouth. So what that means is I'm going to allow it to be a 15-foot cone wherever you're pointing it at a 15 feet, wherever you're pointing it will be what you can detect. All right.
Gotcha.
So the cost, where's the Dragonhawk? It's going to cost you salvage. So let me look at your salvage here and guesstimate what's an appropriate cost of that. I don't know where you guys had the note of how much salvage you had.
It's not. Oh, dang! It's not on the sheet. Let me check.
I gotta do some math here. I'm making a homebrew upgrade on the fly, so bear with me.
Oh no, I didn't make a note for salvage. I just have. There's purple worm meat though.
Mm-hmm.
I did not write down salvage.
Okay.
Whoops.
So I'm going to say that I might have deleted it. If I did, I am so sorry because I was messing with this token before. I don't think I did.
I don't know if I
but
wrote
I may
it
be
down.
wrong. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So you can convert gold to salvage. You would need to stop somewhere to do that. In order to convert gold, in order to buy salvage, you need to stop at somewhere that has salvage. I would say the gift have salvage, to a limited degree.
Okay.
So it would take you 4,500 salvage to create this item.
Mhm.
So that's the material cost. The labor cost, because it's a 15-foot cone and it's focused, the labor cost, I will say, is it's going to take a significant part of your crew, because they're working on the outside of the ship, so this needs to be docked. So it needs to be docked for a 10-day. I'm going to say it needs to be docked for a 10-day. So I'll make notes on this on D&D Info. So it needs to be docked for a 10-day. It's going to cost you 4,500 salvage, or whatever the equivalent gold cost is. I think gold is cheaper than salvage. And it is going to cost you, detect magic is what, a first level spell?
Yes.
So what I'm going to say is, because you are channeling this spell into a focus, Alaric, for your sake, or anyone else who has detect magic, it is going to be, you can't normally upcast this spell, I believe, but you would need to upcast it to, is there a way to upcast it? Let me see.
No.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any benefit.
I
No.
also have detect magic. I can't upcast.
So I will say that for the sakes of this, you would be quintessentially upcasting it using a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay.
And that can be done as many times as you want to channel a 3rd level spell slot. It'll give you a 15-foot cone in front of you. Costs 4,500. I'll make a note of this. But yes. And
I'm also jotting it down.
Oh, I see you're typing. Okay, cool. So ship needs to be dried out for a week, 4,500 salvage. 3rd level detect magic spell. So the prerequisite is must have detect magic, 3rd level spell slot. And it creates a 15-foot cone straight ahead of the ship, projected out to, I'm going to give you a range here, of what I think is an acceptable range for this cone to go out to. So, 30. I'm gonna give you 3rd level spell. Okay. I'm gonna give you 900 feet of range. And then every spell slot above 3rd gives you an extra 300 feet of range. So if you cast a detect magic spell at 4th level, it's now 1,200 feet of detect magic.
Nice.
Still in a tight 15-foot cone, so it's a directional based. But so you're not going to be able to widen that unless you want something different, and we'll need to go back to the drawing board. I think the cost and the dry dock time will be the same, but that's what you get. If you go wider, you lose much more. So this is a directional thing centered in the middle of that cone there.
Okay, that seems fair to me. I like this idea a lot. I especially like that we have to supply the spell. Like, it's not just something we can use all the time. We're gonna save this for like when we really need to actually have the help.
And this is a focus. This is a magical detection focus.
So if it's on the we're installing this in the mouth of the purple worm, which is an awesome idea. As far as that in the Dragonhawk, would that be on the deck, or would it be like down lower, like would it be like a sonar area now, like in the deck?
It would be on the front, affixed to the front of the ship, because you affix the mouth to the front of the ship. I forgot how weird this track gets later in the time. So I will say that this will block the ability for you to put a ram on the front of your ship, or a grappling, like anything on the front of the ship that would like attach to the bow is no longer possible with this implement.
Well, so we don't want to break the thing.
Yeah, it's on the exterior of the ship. In order to use it, the point where your character needs to stand is at the front of the bow. So like they would need to stand, and there's a place where you can channel your energy into the focus down to the mouth.
Gotcha. We're doing Titanic style. We're just hanging off the bow.
Yeah, you got a Titanic style to do this. Yeah.
Dang. So it'll take a 2-person team. Someone's got to lift the other person up by the hips. Okay. All right, gotcha. This makes sense. I like this idea.
Yeah, I think this is an awesome idea. Honestly, this is a really good idea.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Inspired.
Yeah. Great idea, by the way. The two of you take inspiration. That was great. Rick and Alaric take inspiration, because that was a really thoughtful idea.
Yeah.
I assume because we are in downtime right now, I can go ahead and switch out my spells, because I will put detect magic in my spell slots.
Yes, I would assume if you guys want to do this now, we'll say that you're docked for a 10-day back at Zorantir.
I think that's a good idea, because it'll give me the 30 days for the Griffin training.
Yeah, because you need some more time, if I recall. You need...
Nice. I need 20 more days.
Okay. So, do you guys just want to spend 20 days in Zorantir? Or do you want to spend 10 days on the ship, 10 days off? Because you can train the Griffin, you can train the Griffins on the ship. You know, you don't have to be on land.
Right. I was thinking 10 days on Zorantir, then 10 days travel.
Okay. Whatever you guys want to do. So.
That sounds like it covers.
So as far as this goes, do we want to maybe save our intro to Olaroon until next session so Minnie can be here, or do you guys want to keep doing that today? Are we just gonna like hand wave away this time we have off, or I like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
see
yeah.
what we do after the 20 days. And
Okay. That sounds good to me. I do want to include her because I do feel bad. She's like missed the
I do
last 3
feel bad.
sessions, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to maybe like, is it always just Thursdays that are bad, or is this like pure luck?
I
Like,
think it's just because she's like going on, like she's doing the army stuff, so she's kind of fucked right now.
hmm. Yeah.
mhm.
I'll send her that so she can be thinking about that over the time. So, Toad, by the way, did you make concoctions during the last downtime? Did we do that? I didn't forget that,
I didn't.
right?
No, I didn't make any.
Okay,
I
Okay.
totally spaced and forgot.
no worries.
Mhm.
If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just letting you know if you want to, we can do that
Well-
one. And if you want to do that, like you have multiple opportunities.
No, because during the last time we did, I made Wormsbane during the last downtime. Technically, I just haven't made anything since.
That's
I
right.
bought all the stuff.
That's right,
from
that's right.
The tower.
Yes. Okay. True.
Made
So-
me some animal companion tincture too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And just for some reason, I have written down my voltage greatsword has 10 days. Was someone enhancing my greatsword? I totally forget.
I think you started that
Yeah.
very early on, and then you haven't done anything more with it. Yeah.
No, I did it during the last downtime, so there's 10 days left on it. So I want to spend 10 days working on that.
Okay. So you want to spend your okay? So we'll go ahead and talk about that now. So let's talk about the first 10 days. So first 10 days, I'm going to say, Rick and Alric, you can either one of you needs to be present for those 10 days. If one of you just spends all 10 days working on the ship upgrade, the other person gets all their other 10 doing other things, or you guys can split that baby. At least one of you needs to be present for this. Both of you need to touch this project at least once.
Yes. I think Rick will be on testing, right? Like making sure that the detect magics actually works, and,
Mhm.
and Ulrich would have to be in charge of the actual construction, at least as far as the the plans go. We'd obviously have help with labor and all that, because
Yeah.
Rick is obviously not a big artificer guy.
Yeah, and like Alec is unable to cast 3rd level spell slots, so it's like a matter of like, I can easily see the collaboration, like the parts that overlap being like, calibration. Essentially
Yeah.
being like, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
No, that makes perfect sense. So,
So, yeah, that works for
how
me.
do you guys want to split up the days? Do you want to both spend 5 days on it then?
That sounds fair to me.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So both of you have
And,
5 days left, and then
Now, when we
Valerian-
patent this as well, do we get residuals when we sell this later to?
We'll bring it back to Ondir.
Yeah.
Ondir.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
So
can petition for
unfortunately,
it.
on there gets all residuals.
Oh shit!
Just
Actually,
yeah,
everything legally is belongs to Ondare on this ship. So.
yeah.
That is true. Your crew is impressed with y'all's ingenuity, by the way. They like this idea.
As they should.
Yeah, they think this is a great idea, and they're willing to assist you guys as needed. So you have the crew to set you up with the, it's going to take a lot to move this big ass dish into the mouth of a freaking giant worm, purple worm. So I'd say most of the crew is helping you with this project.
I'm trying to imagine how this like site works. So one vision I have is that like the maw of the purple worm is like large enough that like the upper part of it like is visible above the ship deck, like arcs over it.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
so when like detect magic is cast, the entire view through the empty maw looks like a telescoped setup.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
like-
think.
Yeah, you're setting up like a viewfinder through the maw or something.
Yeah.
Like that's how you set up the display on the front of the deck or whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm imagining it. And like the person casting detect magic can like, you know, can interpret or like view it in that particular fashion. But like I imagine that's how I'm like seeing it right now. But let me know if that, you know, that's not the arrangement of the mom.
This is flavor at this
Otherwise.
point, so we set it up however you guys want.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Because detect magic itself is pretty vague. It seems like it's mostly intuition. Like it just lets you know something's there.
Yeah.
And if you can see it, it lights up or whatever. But like this is we're talking
Yeah.
long range, so
And the normal rules of detect magic apply for this. So you sense the presence
Gotcha.
of magic in that 15-foot cone, right? You can sense the faint aura, and you learn the school of magic if there is any. I'm just going to tell you right now that the school of magic for a spelljamming ship is not going to be something that like registers. Like it's not technically a school of magic, or if anything, it's a combination of many of them.
Yeah.
And the limitations on like penetrating barriers still applies. So
Yeah.
all the same things apply for it. So
we're not gonna be able to detect things behind a asteroid. But
yes,
we'll be able to detect if that asteroid is itself magical, I suppose.
and if there's something invisible that is magical, be it ship or object or creature,
Mhm.
you could be able to detect it if you know where to look in the right direction.
And
And
the whole point of this is just so that we don't have to get super close to be able to see something.
Yeah.
Or to tell if something is even there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say, because it's concentration in like ship combat, how it would work is it takes a ship action to like turn it on and view through it, and like in order to continuously concentrate on the spell, you have to keep using your ship action. So like Moses will guide the ship in the right direction, and then like Rick, for example, if you're casting detect magic, you have to use your action to like identify what's through the view. You're almost like using the viewfinder, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So you
I'm
can't
at the console
set it and
the-
forget it kind of thing and keep learning it. So
Yeah.
You could even like make spell scrolls to help, and so like anybody could go and
Oh.
use the finder. If
That'd be sick.
yeah,
You just have like little slots of spell
yeah,
scrolls someone can
it's like
come
a
in.
little drawer right beside the fucking.
If we
the
get
thing.
richer, there's potential for upgrades over like all these kind of systems, right?
Oh yeah,
For now, it is going to just need someone to be able to cast the spell, though. I think.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
So. And I do believe at least one more of your compatriots can cast it.
It's a pretty generic spell. Detect magic. I feel like everyone has it.
Signy can cast detect magic, so you have.
So of course
but-
she can.
Well, she she could technically upcast the 3rd level, but she's very limited on spell slots. So I'm going ahead and looking through this because they would tell you if they could use this ability or not. Signy is one. Oh, Valerian, your plate armor is ready from Mr. Blip. Let me see who else could be able to cast it. Just so you guys know. Efni can cast it. I take that back. He can't cast it at 3rd level because he doesn't have any 3rd level spell slots because he's not a full caster. So
I think Aaron can cast it as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Aaron can cast it as a ritual. So
Ooh.
Aaron can cast it as a ritual, but right, it takes 10 minutes. Well, I think she has a special thing.
Yeah, she does. I think it's like a 1 minute now for her.
Yeah, it's a bonus level up perk for her. Let me see. I'll tell you what it is. Give me a second. You can use the spell's normal casting time rather than adding 10 minutes to it. So once per long rest, she can combat Ritualist, and that allows her to cast it with the normal cast time, which I think is 1 action. Yes. So she basically gets a free use of this,
Okay, that's good.
but she has to stay at the viewport like everyone else if she wants to keep it going.
Oh, should we also determine? Will people know that we're using this? Like, if we detect magic on them from like a million miles away, are they gonna be like, "Hey, wait, we just got pinged. What happened?" Or is this like invisible to them?
This
'Cause
is
I don't know how detect magic works on a ship, right? Because normally you would be revealed by your verbal and somatic components. Right?
Yeah, you would know there. I would say that Okay. I would say this. If you are... I think it would function exactly like how detect magic is. If your ship is invisible, if your person... Well, I like applying these rules similarly to how they would happen on a person, right?
Yeah.
If you're invisible and cast detect magic, does that break invisibility? I don't think it does. So I think you can use this stealthily. If there's someone that is like casting detect magic in opposite to you, they would likely sense this.
We cross the beams.
Yeah.
They will know.
But yeah, I mean, they can't hear. I would say the verbal and somatic components do not apply to something long range. So I think this is a tool that you guys can use to a significant degree. Yeah, I would say that it is verbal and somatic. So I'll say this: on the ship yourselves, you can it is verbal and somatic. It's loud within 30 feet of your ship. Fair enough.
Like a big old boom.
Yeah, it can be heard within 30 feet of your ship. So if you're like right on top of someone, they're gonna hear you.
We wouldn't really need to detect magic on them at that point.
We'll say not 30 feet. We'll say boarding range. If you're within 60, so boarding range is out to 60 feet. So we'll say if you're within boarding range and you use this, it will be heard.
Gotcha.
But it won't do anything else.
Honestly, that makes it like a cooler aesthetic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and then it fucking goes on. That's awesome.
Okay. So both of you took 5 days. You guys, so Rick and Alric, you have 5 more extra days of downtime. Valerian and Toad, also, you guys have full 10 days. Are you guys training griffins?
Just to recap, we're taking 20 days altogether for
taking 20 days altogether, but we're doing the first 10 days now.
Oh, gotcha, because we have to roll for the other 10 days.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll handle those after whatever comes from that.
Yeah, I think for Valerian, it'll be the griffins for sure. But whenever I get the armor from Master Blip, I want to go to I forget their name, our resident enchanter,
Roland D. Lorandar.
Roland. Yep. I want to go to Roland and just ask him, ask them to try. I'm gonna give him my comfortable breastplate, and just ask them to try to put the same enchantment onto the plate armor.
Okay.
Not enhancing it in any
You're attempting
protection
to
type
transfer.
way, but yeah, I basically want to transfer the enchantment to the plate armor to be able to summon it.
So let's see here. When you're transferring, he can't actually physically transfer the enchantment. However,
Right.
he can either disassemble the armor in attempts to obtain the formula, the runic formulas, like the blueprint, right? He can reverse engineer the blueprint and then just recreate it on the plate armor. Or he can try to not reverse it, or he's going to reverse engineer it. We're going to do some rolls to see if he can do it without destroying the original item.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Let me do that real quick. Let me open up his character sheet. You guys have never really met Rowan. He's pretty quiet, or you guys have never had any significant interactions with him. He's pretty quiet, kind of keeps to himself, with the exception of Jules. She's his assistant. He's not a big talker. He likes his job. He will do your things, and let me see how much that will cost you and how long that will take. Give me a second. I gotta pull up my enchantment rules real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That comfortable enchantment, that was a wondrous enchantment, right?
I put it in Foundry. Let me just double check the actual homebrew supplement doc real quick.
He's driving me nuts. She's like walking in and walking out, walking in and walking out. Let me see.
Wondrous, okay. Oh, nice. Nice.
Ooh.
Okay. That is awesome. I did. Yeah, I mean, honestly, because I was thinking that was going to be like upwards of 1,000 gold. Um, makes sense. I did want to add because the detect magic sonar is going to it's 4,500 salvage. We have 1,500 salvage currently. And if it is the equivalent of gold is 4 per, so that would be 750 gold extra that we would use. So we would need to buy 3,000. Okay, so it'd be 750. So for our like our ship inventory that I've been keeping track of, at least we only have 150 gold left.
Well, we sold some of the purple worm poison, so
That's right.
we have 9,403 of that left.
Gold
That's a
or
lot.
purple
Gold.
worm poison?
Gold.
Okay,
Oh my, that's awesome.
We sold 5 vials, so
nice.
I totally forgot about that.
yeah, I put it on the Dragonhawk sheet too, under the.
What a champion. That is so much better than me trying to keep track of it in my notes.
Mm-hmm. Great idea. Awesome.
Where's it at on the sheet? No, on the actual on the token sheet where is the oh, I see the gold. Yep, okay. Perfect. So I'll just add the 150 we have to that, which is okay.
Nice.
No, that's awesome. Yep. So we have no more salvage, but the gold right there in the token is accurate. Thank you for doing that, Toad.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Then the rest of my time is spent with the griffins, and I will drink the potion that Toad gave me to help out with that. That's right. After this 10 days.
Yeah, I was thinking about how much time we have left with them. I'm gonna go ahead and train Flabs. Yeah. Makes them proficient.
Nice.
I will say I have 5 free days. Is there any way I can help out with this Griffin training program? Can you guys think of something for me to do?
I mean, yeah, I would take any.
I mean, like just constantly be casting guidance on them. Yeah, that'd be annoying. Though. See, I hate guidance spam like that. I don't like using it that way.
I was going to propose, like, do you have like animal handling yourself? Like, do the griffins get like rough? Like, would they like if things go poorly?
Yeah, halflings
Gotcha.
are used to riding raptors, not griffins. So.
Gotcha. I was just asking, like, if there are any like consequences of like attempting to train them, like maybe healing is necessary, or like maybe healing on that the griffins themselves.
I also
might be
have
necessary.
spells like calm emotions and stuff, right? Like in case they get too
That's
rowdy.
probably going to be really good. I was even thinking, like, Toad and Valerian, whenever if they're training at the same time, just training in tandem as well. Might be, the Griffins might learn from each other.
Yeah, just because they're obviously like the main. They're doing this the main mostly, right? I'm just kind of there helping them out whenever I'm not working on the radar, right? So whenever I'm not working on the radar, I go down into the ship hole and I help them out. I like whenever they get clawed too much, I'll cast a healing spell. If the griffins get too rowdy, I'll cast a calm emotions, right? I even have stuff like I mean obviously like yeah, sure, I can cast guidance every once in a while or whatever. But like, I'm just basically cheerleading them while they're on. Right. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that makes sense because I'm casting Detect Magic for my radar project at 3rd level, so I'll save my 2nd level spell slots for them, and we'll do it like that. And so yeah, I'm just like, and this is obviously I think it's fair. That's like a minor buff because I'm not the biggest part of this. I'm just kind of helping them out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's a extent to it. We were discussing like the role Rick has on the ship. Is he also like a chaplain, or do we have a dedicated like chaplain?
I bet by default, I guess I gotta be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Signy's gonna step on my toes there too, but
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Rick, if you want us to, we could just leave her here at Zorantir.
No, it's fine.
Right.
It's fine.
Can I use enhance ability on myself and Valerian for wisdom? If I use it at 3rd level or higher, I can target one additional creature
Ooh.
for each level above second, so I could use it at their level to target myself and Valerian.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so I will do the check now. So I get my proficiency bonus +1 and then advantage. Well, yeah, so I have a -2, so I get +3 for proficiency bonus, and then +1 on top of that, right? Okay, so it's okay, gotcha. So ultimately, since it's a -2 naturally, I would have a +3. Since I get +1 from Rick, +1 from the previous, and then the animal tincture as well. Not great.
I have inspiration. Can I cheerlead him some more?
Ooh.
Would be 14.
My animal handling is naturally higher than Val's is, so
Yeah.
I'll be like, buddy, you gotta treat him like this. You gotta do that.
It's just
I mean, come
not
on.
working, Rick. It's just not working.
So I'll give him some pointers when it doesn't work. You know, I cast my calm emotions on the animals, right? Like, and that'll be my justification for giving him inspiration. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Whew.
Beautiful. Ooh.
Nice. Yeah, non-aggression for sure.
Extra aggression.
I will uncage them, unless the rest of the crew does not want me to.
Here's the thing: there's no air in space. You got to make sure this guy does not fly off when we're out, space jamming.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole, like, basically think of it like a dog being crate trained. I'm gonna essentially have that for him. So he'll be walking about socializing with the crew during the day, but whenever Valerian goes to sleep, the Phantom goes back into his cage, and right. Little prisoner action. During the day he's on the deck with me basically. So if I'm at the arbiter seat, he's beside me. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, that's a good point. So he won't be. Maybe he won't be necessarily but he'll be kind of like in eyesight. Okay. Make a little bed for him, but make sure he knows that he's in Toad's spot.
Don't bite
right
Signy.
Yeah, Phantom's taking Toad's hole.
Yeah, he's in Toad's spot right now. So if Toad goes there, he goes out.
He's a big boy.
I do not. I don't believe. No, I do not.
I gotta roll for my
Oh,
end.
Yeah. Hey, you forgot someone.
nice.
Yeah, Toad has to roll for hers.
She doesn't need the
Nice.
Toad's really great at animal handling.
Oh, damn.
That's true. I have been giving them snacks. The griffins, for sure. And I only have webs, and I give them grubs all the time.
I like to imagine that Webbs tries to eat all the Chewingas too, whenever he sees them.
I love that. It's probably part of the negotiations that Aaron had. There's a spider. Okay.
Out of curiosity, have you guys, like thought of names for the griffins, or like imagined, if they have like certain kind of fur/feather patterns or personalities?
Oh, I haven't thought about their personalities or their looks yet. But they are named.
Nice. I think I recall the name.
Yeah,
They
I
got
think I
an
recall that
interview.
they were named. I don't remember the names. Off the
Phantom
top
and
of my head.
Flaps with a Z.
Flaps.
Phantom and
Flaps.
Flaps. There we go.
They're on the tokens as
Flaps
well.
with a Z. Gotcha.
I
Whoa,
can.
he's
Gotcha.
flying.
Okay.
Is he a large token? Is that why?
Yeah.
He
Oh,
is
okay.
Large and in charge.
Oh, yeah, he's large. All right, there you go. Didn't see that
Tiny.
before. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. How long does it take to? I'm trying to look at the doc. How long does it take to train another trick?
My cat's just asleep next to me. He's just so chill in comparison.
Yeah, Brizzly is knocked out.
Mhm.
The Griffin's intelligence score is 2.
They can learn negative tricks.
4 tricks. Okay. 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 I do.
I'm good.
Good.
Is there any major news about Skalak, or any updates regarding those, Sidus or Orislan? Hmm.
Good for him.
Okay. Let's see. And also, I was looking into performing a helm upgrade for like the remaining 5 days. It says here. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure if the timescale changed. Um, but in any case, with Toad mentioning that the other pirate ships having like some ability to jump, and with a possible planned joint attack with the Gith on this fleet of the abandoned. Alec was thinking of upgrading the helm to gain the ability to have Rift Vault, like similar. Yeah, yeah. The what? So another complicating factor, aside of the cost being like 4,500, is that it requires this is an action the helmsman takes, so it's not really something like Alec, can just test on his own. Mhm. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if that would like scale differently in your system. Like if like one day, quote unquote, is like this version of like a downtime. Sure. Yeah, I'd agree. That was my curiosity. I was just like, this sounds like a day of like long rest in a typical system. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Awesome. I'll do it now. Gotcha. Oh, okay, sick. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, sounds good. But yeah, he would, like to get started, and I'll post it for easy viewing for everyone. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Thank you. But yeah, this is essentially like a once in a day emergency teleport for reference. And so like for me, this is the setup of like, let's say we get into a bad position, or like we get worst case scenario happens when we're stuck inside of a gravity well. This is like a one jump setup of like we can, or per day, to free ourselves. No, don't worry. I was looking this up the entire time, so I was like cross referencing. I was like, what is our size modifier? It's 3 for medium. Okay. Okay, so we remove. Gotcha. So we've taken 1,500 additional scrap from them, and the equivalent cost gold. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Fantastic.
Currently.
Dragonhawk 2,
Oh,
the sequel.
the sequel.
Awesome.
Well, about time I introduce y'all to Captain Rick.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, whenever we raid the pirates, that red sailed galleon looks pretty nice.
We are the pirates now.
Me, Phantom, Toad, and Flaps will ride up and kill the captain and claim ownership.
Plant our flag on the ship.
Yep.
Are we the bad guys?
Are we the baddies? Hey, all I'm saying is we could still fly under Ondir's flag only on the Dragonhawk, but whenever we get another ship, all the technology is patented and owned by us.
Yeah, and we control what we update on Dare with.
That's right.
So.
I think Aberrant it is.
I think we're going to Olaroon, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Olorin sounds good.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
God, oh man.
Roll more die. Ooh. This is like an there's like due diligence of just like is there increased activity? Is there any like was there any change? But like after doing like performing like the necessary check of like troubleshooting, like the next moment would be to like sprint to like Oak Blossom to see if like there's something wrong that something wrong that she is feeling or can detect.
Jesus.
There's like lets out a shout for alarm, like that there's an intruder on the ship. He asks Oak Blossom, it's like, where, like, can you tell us where, what floor, what deck? Another another set of orders barked, and it's like, location unknown, find the intruder. He is you can't cast detect magic as a ritual. He's going to just cast detect magic.
Yeah, Valerian will definitely being connected to Oak Blossom in that way, will just kind of almost jolt instinctively, and get out of the seat, and hearing the interaction with Ulrich and Oak Blossom, we'll just go into action. So I'm gonna go down to the hole where we've kept most of the tainted stuff, and check on Flaps first of all, and then make sure everything's fine. Zero.
Hey, old 0.
He's blind.
Looks fun to me. I kind of immediately assume it's something like attached to the ship. So I would like to we have portholes in the side of the ship, right? I would like to lean over the deck, look through the portholes. I'm going up and down the ships, so as to not repeat what. I'm gonna say let's look at the port. I don't know, this side, the north side. Okay. Bada boom!
Ooh.
I got a doctor's eyes. Okay. I'm going to call out to Toad. I'm going to say, I need a identification here. I think I found what's the issue.
Toad is gonna rush over to Rick, and can I search the shards for? Okay, so know your enemy. I call it like a nature check, trying to determine what kind of creatures they are. Okay. Yeah, if there's anything. I think they're sucking the life force out of Oak Blossom. We need to get rid of them.
Should we roll initiative or? I mean, this would be like an all hands on deck situation, but I don't know if you want to add all those people to the initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, Gus.
Zephyr can fly, so I think maybe Zephyr.
Signy's probably got ranged options. Um, is it an opportunity to take Phantom out?
I cannot ride him yet.
Oh, gotcha.
I certainly can. Yes, 100%. That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Mhm.
Boosh. Did I really roll the highest with a 15? I was about to say. Listen,
7.
I rolled a 13.
18.
ooh, on the draw. Oh yeah.
Oof.
Ugh, discharge. Oh god, leech discharge. Don't want that on
Leech
me.
discharge.
Birdman. Yeah. Yeah.
Toad is going to cast Thorn Whip on the same one Zephyr attacked. Instead of pulling it, is it large or is it bigger than large? How big are these? Yeah. Oh, great. Instead of pulling it 10 feet closer to me, can we say that I yank it off of, if it succeeds, I just yank it off the ship and like throw it into space?
Or do you not want to just keep it so you can study it?
Or keep it as a pet.
Or keep it to eat?
Okay. I want to rip it off the hole and like try to like yeah. Okay. Okay. That's all. Actually, can I bonus action? I'm gonna hex this other one. I'm gonna it is nope. Yeah, I hex him, and then I'm gonna say he's bad against. Ah, frick. I don't know.
I'm gonna attack it with a spiritual weapon. Can you make it bad against attacks or?
No, I can just choose an ability that it has disadvantage on ability checks with.
Oh, abilities. Hold on. Let me see. I have a lot of spell attacks. I don't have a lot of. I guess I do have ability checks, but not. I mean, you can make it wisdom for my Toll the Dead, maybe. I guess.
Yeah, let's say wisdom. Why not? I'm working with Rick here.
Okay, dokie. I'm gonna cast spiritual weapon on the one that's hexed. Well, I'm gonna cast spiritual weapon, and it's going to be around the one that is hexed. Okay, dokie. Yeah, let me go ahead and cast it first, and that'll be the attack roll that'll come up as well. And then it's in actors. Where would it be in miscellaneous? Player characters. In miscellaneous, I just have the little ice circle. Familiars, others. There we go. Oosh. All right, I'll bring this over here. It'll be like right here. And my attack roll is pretty bad, 13. All right, doesn't have a high AC. I'm gonna try to scrape it off, do 5 force damage to it. Well, that's like the act. Like the damage is me trying to scrape it off.
Mm.
Gotcha. My action, I will use Toll the Dead. Wisdom saving throw. It's hexed, right? So if that's what that
Yeah.
means.
Yes.
It's 15 is a beat. All right. Not a very wise leech. Okay. 2d8. Here we go. Kaboosh!
Nice.
I blow this leech's mind. This leech has never. This leech sees the face of God and immediately perishes. I suppose that's L. Okay, so I got the one floating away. I'm not too worried about that. I will use my movement to. Oh no, they're all hanging on the same side. So never mind. I'll stay where I am. Are we considering each deck like 10 feet away or 7 feet deep? Right, like. Okay. Oh, of course, yeah. No. That's different.
Yeah, when he runs out to when he runs out to that side, there's such a look of like indignation. Like, what does he see as like some of these jammer leeches like are scraped or like cut off? Like, does it leave marks, like blemishes on the ship? Gotcha. Like this is the indignant look of like someone who found like that their luxury car or their was like keyed or has like barnacles on it somehow. And he's like, "What the hell? Where did this come from?" Like, sorry, I was trying to think of like a more in-universe phrase where it'd be like, like I'll be more like damned. Like, what is that? And he will, if I use lightning damage, will that to attack these things, like will that conduct and also hurt Oak Blossom? Oh, the lightning launcher for just from the infiltrator. Yes, exactly. Gotcha. Yeah, this entire time he's going to be he'll fire okay, well I'll point to one. For what reason? Okay. So this one by the you know what? Target, can you target further down on the cargo deck? Because I don't want to take the option away from that spiritual weapon in the future. Hmm. Fantastic. Should be within range. All right. So attack. He'll on the cargo deck, the leftmost one, or the westernmost one. He'll make this first attack. That's a 2 for a 10. Okay, clearly his rage is getting the better of him. He'll follow it up with another as a part of his multi attack. All right, 23. Fantastic. 9. Oh, fantastic. Yes. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. I'll also roll 1d8, 10 lightning damage total. And then could Bell be up with him, or otherwise Bell will take the time to get out into position. Fantastic. He'll also point out the same leech if it's still alive. With fantastic. And he's like shooting, like pointing frantically, and he's just like like wipe that off the Bell, wipe that off the hull, wipe that off the hull. Yes. Fantastic. Hmm. Gotcha.
No.
I know, right? Oh no.
Not like this.
Bell Dex save. Saving throw normal. Not bad. Yeah, there's a moment where he looks up at Bell, relieved, looks back down, even more disgust on his face. Like this is one of the most angriest. He's just like, someone is ruining this ship. Who put that there? Like, yeah, he's like shouting up and down. Like, they're gonna be like new protocols of like, there's gonna be like ship hygiene policy that's gonna be necessary. We're gonna be doing hull inspections more regularly. But that's the full turn.
suppose they've got to have some way to ambulate. How else did we get these guys in the first place?
Okay, so I think Valerian is in the ship hull. That's what I said I was doing at the beginning, right? Okay, so and would I have heard the call and really the fighting outside of the ship to know that there's stuff out there? Okay. Okay, so that I will yeah. Yeah, about the ship. Okay, so then I'm just gonna try to go up to the deck to see what's going on really. Okay. Then I will action dash and get all the way up there if I can. And then can I get like right beside Gus actually over here? Okay. Then I will action surge. And I will seeing the leeches and really Alric yelling about the ship and the whole maintenance that needs to be done now. I'm just gonna cast magnify gravity. I didn't mean to actually just cast it, but I meant to display it. But magnify gravity on the two at the cargo deck over here. I'm gonna try to center it over here ish, so I don't hit the ship necessarily, but I'm trying to suck both of them in.
Mhm.
I try to use it. Let me see. Says I have no available uses remaining. Oh, my bad. It does say uses right beside it. I'm just blind, I guess. Yes. DC, it is 15. The damage altogether is 4. Yep. And I believe if it fails, its speed's halved until the end of the turn. Yep. Not great. Oh shit.
Oh.
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 That's it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Five total?
Yeah. Boosh. All right, it's on.
Can we say that Toad has enough control over Tidal Wave to hit just the leeches, or would that damage Oak Blossom or our ship too? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
You're like
Awesome.
washing the side of the ship, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally.
Hearing Oak Blossom scream out in pain, Toad's gonna, cast Tidal Wave, try to hit all three of these guys at once. So they all have to make dexterity saving throws.
Wait, will that hit Zephyr?
Oh,
He's dexterous.
he's pretty dexterous, but he. Ooh. It is my DC is 16.
Nice.
She's fine, yeah.
16.
Most hilarious.
Great.
Boosh.
Massive roll.
Nice.
And they get knocked prone if they fail. I was thinking we could scrape them off with that, but that's fair. All right.
So I'm not like rooting against Zephyr, but he has information. And when he got caught in that tidal wave, I thought, wait, don't go before you fall over. Tell us the location.
But not to us.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna.
All right, I'm gonna maneuver. That's be 20 feet, right, for the for my my spiritual weapon can move up to 20 feet. So there we go, perfect. Yeah, I'm going to spiritual weapon and scrape that bad boy off. Let's make the attack roll. Yes. Let me see how I can do it without just casting the spell. There we go. I found it. All right. Bagoosh, pretty bad, but I think maybe it'll be enough.
Nice.
All right. Alrighty. I'm probably just going to. Do we want to take any of these alive? Do you want to study them, or what do we want to do with these?
I think we should
Above
kill
the
them.
table, anybody like gonna regret if I just kill this thing immediately? Or
So, like, in flavor, Alaric would love to know how to, prevent these. And, grill Toad on being like, how do we prevent these? Where did these come from?
can we collect? Would it be possible to collect their corpses afterwards, Chris, or are they floating off into the ether right now? Okay. I'm gonna toll the dead on this
Okay.
bad boy then. 15 wisdom save he needs to make. Well, it's a
Oof.
very wise little
My
leech there.
hex would have jumped from like leech to leech. Yeah.
Ooh.
Nice.
I think that's gonna be enough. Disgusting. There's just like a bunch of leeches out here,
Yeah. Ew.
It's like if you take a road trip and you get like all those bugs on your windshield. It's just
Yeah.
leeches.
Right. But the bugs can like eat your car when you drive through them.
Yeah.
Okay, let's collect
Yeah,
these corpses and dissect them.
Yeah.
Oh jeez. That's day one. Oh, how's Oak Blossom? We gotta check on Oak Blossom. Alaric and I have mending. We can cast that with a spell slot to heal the ship, correct?
Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
I forget the rules on that because it's different, isn't it?
Yeah. I have to. Yeah. 1d8 plus spell casting modifier.
Well, that'd be pretty good, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, Alaric, you have the honors.
Okay. Yeah. You'll definitely see, Alaric out there. He's like, this is the point where he's getting like rude with the other crew members, and he's like shouting for them to like get him a harness so that he could perform, like so that he could go over the side more easily. Never mind. Forget the harness. He'll just cast. He'll just cast. The God, what's it called? Something disc. In the meantime, yeah, Tensor's floating disc. In the meantime, while performing, and like there's just like a moment, like as his hand kind of like goes over the these marks on the hull. There's just like there's just like a level of like frustration. I'm just like, I thought speed and stealth would be enough, and it's like but if something can just get directly to Oak Blossom, we need we need a true set of armor. It's like this will only happen once. We won't have to worry about this again. It's like a promise to like himself, the Dragonhawk, and to Oak Blossom. But yeah, he'll cast mending using. Will he heal more? Like, is there any is there any benefit to upcasting? Like to
hold on.
second level?
Each one can cast a spell once to restore spell slot of first level or higher, and restore an amount of HP equal. I will say it adds another D8, depending on how, like, every spell slot level higher.
Awesome.
Hold on.
We're missing 33 HP.
Yeah,
right
hold
now,
on.
so-
Expending a spell slot of first level or higher to cast mending and restore an amount of HP equal to 1d8 plus its spell cast. Okay. I think it's broken for me to allow you to just scale in d8s up.
Sounds good.
I will say every extra spell slot higher is an additional plus 2 HP. So if you cast it at second level, you do 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier plus 2.
Gotcha. Okay. For the time being, this will be like the emergency repairs. He doesn't, to cover up. He doesn't. Yeah, these will be emergency. He'll cast it at first level.
Got it.
Fantastic. 1d8 plus 5. 12. Not bad. Roll the 7.
Yeah, that's a good roll. Okay. You can go ahead and fix the HP on that.
Fantastic. We'll do.
124, right?
If you
Actually more.
If you right click the token, you see the health in the bottom. You can erase that and just hit plus 12 or minus. Yeah, that's how. Instead of having to like do the math, that's how I do it for my monsters.
That's awesome.
Using the stat block. Okay. So you managed to pass that up. Oak Blossom over the day is doing her equivalent of a short rest to recover her HP, which is what she is doing usually to repair the ship. She's using like quintessentially her short rests instead of healing herself to heal the ship. But she has to use that today to heal herself.
Oh, by the way, I did not have Tensor's floating disk prepared, so during that whole sequence, he's like, "Never mind, never mind. Don't bring the harness. No. We need the harness, but we'll need that." Just a whole sequence of like back and forth. This like as like frazzled as he can be for like for this type of confrontation.
You feel a set of gentle talons embrace your shoulders as you're brought overboard by Zephyr carrying you, and he says, "No judgment. It happens to all of us."
And he's like, "This is fine. Focus on the task." There's like a moment of just like, I don't care about how dignified this looks. This is not a worry right now.
Yep. Okay. All right. So you're able to slightly repair the ship, and over the days coming, Oak Blossom will repair herself today, and over the next coming days, she can, so long as you don't run into anything else crazy, she will heal the ship over time.
Gotcha.
You have that feature back. I think we're at a good stopping point to end here, and we can pick up with the downtime next week. Does that work for you guys?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will end the session here, and we will see what the strange planet of Eberron brings next.